Sword of Coming Chapter 1193. Chapter 1193. On the shore of Chuchi Lake, a short man in cotton-padded straw shoes does not like the saber on his waist, and is used to holding the scabbard in his arms. Judging from the speed of his breathing, the weight of his steps, and his attitude, he seems to be a trainer who is neither high nor low. With a smile on his face, his hands wrapped around his sleeves, the man asked, "Your name is Wu Jiang?" The younger generation of Jianghu leaders, although not among Gao Jun's invitation to discuss matters, but Wu Jiang's presence here is not surprising at all. Wu Jiang nodded. Too much fame in the arena is also annoying. There are always people who take the initiative to get close to the set, but few are willing to give something affordable, even if they invite you to eat or drink. When the guy in front of him walks, his hands are always hidden in his sleeves. Could it be that he is a sect master who is familiar with hidden weapons? The man asked with a smile, "Is the person who taught you the sword technique called Lu Tai?" Wu Jiang frowned, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Mingren, don't speak secretly, he is half my master." From the master, to several uncles and uncles, plus the demon leader who was half a teacher, it seemed that they disappeared without a trace overnight. He spent several years traveling all over the Shikoku rivers and lakes, but could not find any trace of any of them. However, this guy in front of him is not too timid, and dares to call this demon sect leader by his name. Although Lu Tai has been missing for many years, he is not an ordinary person in the world, even if the world has become very strange, no matter who it is. As long as Lu Tai is mentioned, he doesn't even call his name. It's not that person, or he still respectfully calls him the leader of Lu. As for the splendid demon sect in the past, because the group of dragons had no leader, it had long since been torn apart. If Wu Jiang hadn't forged his own iron, he would have dared not to be afraid of his relationship with the demon sect when he went out. The man said to himself, Huang Shang, who was the real protector of the Nanyuan kingdom, has always been a Taoist priest. As for Huan Yin's character, he doesn't seem like a person who is willing to accept apprentices. In this way, half of your masters, is it Tao Xiang? Wu Jiang nodded. This fellow is very clear to his own teacher. Is it also a Qi cultivator who has stepped on dog and cultivated immortal magic to keep his appearance from getting old? Are you a senior in the rivers and lakes of the same generation as your master? After suffering a big loss, he couldn't beat the old man. After finally waiting for the old man to disappear, he came to bully his junior. It doesn't matter, according to the master's words, this kind of useless character, practicing martial arts and cultivating immortals, will not be successful. The man in green shirt asked with a smile, "I heard that Lu Tai has hired a closed-door disciple who is about the same age as you. He doesn't seem to have a surname, so he is called Jianji. He uses a bamboo sword and is a swordsman." Wu Jiang had a dark face. Does this guy think that he is Mr. Village School, and that Lao Tzu is Meng Tong? The man twisted his wrist and created a pot of wine out of thin air. He didn't know if it was a trick of the rivers and lakes or an immortal trick on the mountain, and gently threw it to Wu Jiang. Wu Jiang didn't reach out to pick it up, but just pushed it out with a palm, and sent a thick martial arts qi to send the jug back. There are many ways to go up and down the rivers and lakes, and the masters of poison are especially hard to guard against. Once Wu Jiang was caught in the hands of a girl, and the boy almost died. The man stretched out his sleeves and caught the jug that had returned the same way. In an instant, Wu Jiang approached him, holding the scabbard, placed it on the opponent's shoulder, patted it, and said suspiciously, "Dude, that's all. Dao Xing, dare to come out and run around the world." The man remained motionless and asked with a smile, "Did Lu Tai enter the nascent soul realm before disappearing here?" Wu Jiang looked blank. "What?" While speaking, the short swordsman swept back and resumed his posture of holding the sword. If it wasn't for the fact that the other party had been chatting about things related to the master, Wu Jiang would not be interested in chatting with him. Wu Jiang and the guy who was based on seniority and had to call out a little uncle had only met once, and it was a guy with eyes on his forehead. But I once heard from the master that the master was a little too fond of this closed-door disciple. He not only taught the immortal art in person, but also taught boxing, and sent out a lot of swordsmanship alone. The master also gave the same age a bamboo sword. Hearing the master drink high, he mentioned it. The bamboo sword has the word Shadue engraved on it. The man smiled and said, "By the way, let me introduce myself. My name is Chen Pingon. I'm a friend of half of your master, a good friend." Wu Jiang twitched the corners of his mouth. I said I was dinging, do you believe it? There are a lot of new tricks in the current charlatans. Chen Pingon raised the jug in his hand, shook it, and said, "It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not, I am Chen Pingon. This jug of Xianjia wine is real, do you dare to drink it?" Zhong Qian, the unidentified goddess Jiang, the Wu Jiang who belongs to the remainders of the demon sect, and a large group of young martial arts masters springing up like bamboo shoots after the rain, although there is only one martial artist in the golden body for the time being, Zhong Qian, but there are 6. The number of Jingwufu is far more than that of Chen Pingon when he entered the lotus flower blessed land, almost doubling. The key is that the number of 6-level warriors will continue to increase in the next 20 or 30 years, and it will only stabilize after 30 years. The great disciple of Kai Shan deliberately broke the boundary here. The few martial arts gifts from Pei Qian are of course very important, but if we push a few steps forward, it seems that the old Guanju is still in his own 1/3 of an acre of land. Have already cultivated a lot of good seedlings. Otherwise, no matter how strong the martial arts of Lotus Root blessed land is, it will gradually concentrate on a small group of pure martial artists, rather than the current big year in the rivers and lakes. Wu Jiang stared at the man of the divine way, silent for a moment, and said, "No merit, no reward, tell me, who is the enemy, who wants me to kill?" It was agreed in advance that it is okay to kill people, but not to kill people. Now a few the court is strictly controlled, and the wind is tight. Since you are the kind of chi cultivator on the mountain, you must be a good enemy who you do not deal with. It is not difficult to sneak up on him and chop him a few times, but if you really want to cause death, it is not what a trivial matter. I don't have to be forced to be a wanted criminal running around for a jar of so-called Xianjia wine. Chen Pingon burst into laughter. As expected of a disciple taught by Tao Xieyang, it was a blessing that Tao Xieyang didn't teach it carefully, so he raised his arm and said, "As soon as I see it, I will give you a drink without any payment." Wu Jiang is considered Lu Tai's disciple and grandchild in any way. He has become an elder when the tide has risen, so he must give him some greetings. Wu Jiang sneered and said, "Are you planning to use a long line to catch big fish, or do you want to sworn brothers with me, and I've gotten to know each other well so that I can work for you?" Many Jianghu romance and koan novels are written like this. They seem to be a gentleman with a sanctimonious appearance, but in fact they are very dark-hearted, and murderers have no blood on their hands. It's a good thing that I haven't married a beautiful daughter-in-law yet, otherwise I'd have to take it easy. As soon as Wu Jiang thought of this, he looked at the other party again, and he was quite a dog, so he had to stay away. Master is right, the rivers and lakes are sinister, and there are not many good birds flying around in high places. Farmers say farming is hard, and those who read say reading is hard. Swap them and see how. Those who practice martial arts say it is good to practice martial arts, and those who practice Taoism say that it is good to practice Taoism. In a fight, it's the difference. A man and a woman are fishing by the lake. Either way, put down the fish basket first. The perch of Chuchi Lake is very famous, and it is the favorite of the gluttonous people in the northern Jin dynasty and Songlai. Those who really like fishing often also like to watch people fishing. Sitting in the shade of a tree with wicker sticks hanging like a curtain, I saw the young man who looked like a chi trainer suddenly raised his rod and caught a new perch. The young man took off the hook and threw it into the fish basket. The woman on the side was born with a plump body and a dignified temperament, with a charming face, but there was an awe-inspiring air between her eyebrows. She was born in a mountain and wild spirit, but she succeeded in refining her shape, and looking at her spirit, she was probably in a lecherous temple somewhere, and she had not yet received the official seal of the imperial court, so her golden body of the temple was not stable enough, and her true appearance occasionally swayed, like the wind after the wind. Shade. Chen Pingan sat on the bank, lifted the mud seal and drank wine. Wu Jiang hesitated for a while, but came to squat beside this person. Wu Jiang was not worried that the other party would violently attack, and the other party didn't look like that kind of powerful thing. In the words of Xuanji Yuxian on a certain knife score, it was light-hearted. The only exception is the kind of martial arts masters who return to nature, such as the master Lu Tai. Private fights are now strictly prohibited in the Chuchi Lake boundary. Once discovered, both sides will fight regardless of the reason, regardless of whether it is about boxing or fighting, all of them will be won. A few guys have been arrested for a vegetarian meal in Damugwan these days. Chen Pingan asked in his heart, Master Wu, do you know their identities? Wu Jiang nodded and said, they all come from the barbarian land in the southernmost part of Songlai country. The man is Yuan Huang. He is a so-called cultivator genius like you mountain chi cultivators. It is said that his marksmanship went straight to Qing Yuanshan, and he rejected the invitation of the Hushan faction a few years ago. The woman is the goddess of the mountain, goddess of the Daishin temple. What is the name of the begging flower field? Yuan Huang was born as a young ranger, and his family was ruined. In the middle of the night when the snowflakes were as big as his hands, the young man sneaked a gun at night, entered a military town official residence and stabbed the enemy's head, and then stomped him down. Huang finally found a long rope that was several feet long, tied the enemy's head at one end and tied his hair in a bun at the other end, dragged the spear and ran wildly in the snowy night. His figure was faster than the arrow, and the horse couldn't gallop. It's a good one to solve the grievances and take people's heads. Wu Jiang continued, Yuan Huang has a better-known friend. He is short, and he likes to meddle in his own business. He specializes in the kind of injustice that has nothing to do with him. Every time he takes a shot, he is either cut off or chopped off. Legs. Wu Kei knows, I used a knife like me. Several disciples and grandchildren were slaughtered by this person. Wu Kei didn't dare to fart, but it was not impossible to beat him. The desperados who wear shoes, Master said, most of the Edo seniors who have a reputation in a sect are like this. There are no requirements for swordsmanship, let alone anything in return, just to let me not become like this in the future. I think it makes sense, so I have never thought about opening a martial arts hall or relying on witch court, not asking people for power, money, and territory. If you want a woman, you can ignore the sky and the earth and be more free. After talking so much about Wu Jiang, he turned his head and asked, Dude, we are all going to the rivers and lakes. What is the primary purpose of going out? I'm so honest, can't you tell the truth? To be precise, please drink again. Chen Pingan smiled and replied, treat people with sincerity. Wu Jiang was silent. This young master with a knife was covered in fine sweat on his forehead. Just because the only time I followed the master was to meet the master who was the leader of the sect. Impression is too deep. The main altar of the demon sect that twists and turns, and the impression of the heavily guarded, bone-riddled, morning. I thought I walked into a fairyland of fat powder piles. It was even more awkward when the young man saw that, master, seeing that the other party was neither an old man with a childish face nor a burly man, but more like a son of a noble family, and he was more beautiful than the women he saw on the road earlier. The young man, with a gold hairpin on his head, wore a loose snow-white robe, took off his boots, and sat cross-legged on a dragon chair that was brought from nowhere. He looked at the restrained boy who was standing at the door, kneeling and kowtowing. Lu Tai smiled and asked, "Young man, he looks like a piece of black charcoal. Not bad, that's very pleasing. I ask you a question, if you answer wrong, I'll let Tao Xiang screw your head. Come down, the answer is okay, so don't call Shigong, but at least you can be full of beards and tails, where you come from, where you go. If you answer well, I will tell you how many times your master has to learn the unique skills of Heratzi, Qijing Wufu, just around the corner. What do you think is the purpose of walking alone in the rivers and lakes?" The young man has long been frightened. Tao Xiang coughed to remind the boy who couldn't afford to kneel, "The leader asked you something." The young man regained his senses and said in a trembling voice, "Live." Lu Tai rubbed his chin, "Just barely, let's do it. Remember, walk the rivers and lakes, and treat people with sincerity. Remember." The dark boy's teeth chattered, "Report to the leader, and write it down." He raised his chin. A maid holding a box, took out a martial arts book from her sleeve, and threw it to the boy at the door. It is because of this knife manual that Wu Jiang can improve his martial arts and his skills skyrocket. Of course, Master took it and copied it. Wu Jiang used the method of gathering sound into a line, and asked carefully, "Dare to ask the name of the immortal?" Chen Pingon laughed heartily, "I said that I am Chen Pingon, but you don't believe it. Just change the statement and you will believe it." Wu Jiang whispered, "How dare you believe this kind of thing? Also in the capital of Nanyuan, Dingning killed Zhu Lian, and you killed Dingning. It is said that Yuzhani, who even let Yu Jian fly, did not dare to enter the city. Especially Wu Jiang, I once heard a terrifying news from my master. The master and the Jianxian named Chen are close friends." Chen Pingon threw a pot of wine and asked, "Wu Jiang, what do you think about the world today?" Wu Jiang was not pretentious this time. He reached out to catch the jug, lifted the mud seal, and sniffed hard, "Good wine. Before drinking, the young people are a little drunk." Wu Jiang raised his head and poured a large mouthful of the so-called Xianjia wine brewing. After taking a sip, the whole Rinqiao acupoint was like a rainy season. After a shock, his face flushed red, he snorted and sighed, "No wonder everyone wants to be a god." After digesting the spirit of the wine, Wu Jiang regained his senses, just like when he was a teenager. He met Lu Tai for the first time, carefully considered it, and said solemnly, "The current world is mostly bizarre and mysterious, and it is impossible to change everywhere. It's possible, things that I never dared to think about before have become a dream come true. Those who learn martial arts and practice boxing have the hope of surpassing those legendary figures who once seemed invincible. Great masters like Qiu and Qing Yuanshan, those who practice immortality can even think of longevity. It seems that overnight, all the famous mountains and rivers in the world have their own masters, all countries are worshipping, and officials are busy. Build ancestral temples, and the common people are especially pious when they burn incense." Having said that, Wu Jiang looked up at the sky and said with a complicated expression, "I once met a friend who accidentally hit and stumbled halfway through the practice of immortality, saying that this is the beauty of the gods." Shaking his head, he took another sip of wine. He didn't dare to drink too much this time. Wu Jiang looked at the dazzling autumn lake and murmured, "It's just that gods have appeared and ghosts are brimming with ghosts. I have martial arts skills. It will be considered a good thing, and the common people may not find it interesting," and more panicked. Chen Pingon nodded, "It's good for you to think so. You don't have to think about how to save drinking, and have another pot when you're done. Just drink it with confidence, your alcohol capacity will definitely be no match for my magic power. In terms of persuading wine, the second shopkeeper is at least equal to the realm of martial arts." Wu Jiang was shocked and said, "Chen Jianxian will still use the fairy method of wine." Chen Pingon smiled and said, "I can't teach, and I can't teach. Because this magical power is also called rich. After all, Chen Pingon doesn't have the realm and face of Master Lu, so he can really carry immortal brew from all over the world without asking for it. Chen Pingon took out another pot of wine, handed it to Wu Jiang, and asked with a smile, "Since you view the world this way, how have you been in the world all these years?" Wu Jiang hesitated, thinking about it, but he swallowed those beautiful words, and answered honestly, "A bachelor. If you just want to go around the world, at least it won't hurt anyone." Chen Pingon nodded with a smile, "Just relying on this outfit, you know you're not lying." 6 realm warriors already have a share of martial arts in their bodies, and where they can't eat hot and spicy, even if they go to the court to find a military general with a high official status, it is a trivial matter. Wu Jiang was full of embarrassment. Not all the storytellers of Tianqiao said that he was unshaven, disheveled, wandering the rivers and lakes, either a hero or a hero. On a ship bound for Luodai Island, Pei Xiang, the lord of the Fox Kingdom, who had already taken away the power fence, was sitting on the top floor drinking tea and enjoying the scenery with 3 remaining fox fairies by his side. She is the temporary steward of the building boat specially waiting for the national lord, Pei Xiang. She is a young female crown from Demugwen and one of the direct disciples of Guanhua Gonghua. At this event, she was specially responsible for receiving people and things. At this moment, she knelt on the white ivory mat and made tea herself to entertain guests. Bo Xing handed over teacups for several distinguished guests, and said with a sweet smile, "My family is the Lord. In order to welcome the Lord, I made a special trip to build a new mansion on Luodai Island, named Guyuexian, just waiting for the Lord to land on the island. Don't dislike it, Guyuexian will be the private mansion of the country lord in the future, and in the future, Qi cultivators from the Fox Kingdom who come to Chuchi Lake to play, can live there." Demugwen seems to be willing to give special treatment to female Qi practitioners and gods of mountains and rivers. Pei Xiang nodded with a smile. "I saw Gonghu Jun when I looked back, and I must thank her face to face." After some small talk, she mentioned Bo Xing's background. She smiled and said, "My ancestors lived in that Lonjiang River for generations, not far from Chuchi Lake. My ancestors were all the people who were discharged from the river." Guozhuzhou leaned back, stretched out his hand to lift the curtain, and looked at Yang Lui's shore of the lake, admiring it. Master, the villain, was really comfortable. There are 9 continents in Hauran, and there are 14 states in the Qingming world. Among them, only Ruzhou is the only place where it is recognized that Wu Yun oppresses Dao Qi. It is only because of the Qi Jin dynasty in Ruzhou that there is a Lin Shi who sits in Yashan. In addition, there are many water towns in Ruzhou, so it is also the most troublesome territory for Taoist officials in the Wangqi line of Baiyujing. There is a Changjiang River in Ruzhou. The water transportation is the best in a state, and it is one of the 6 dungeons in Qingming. A man and a woman walked side by the big water. The strong river wind blew their faces, and their sleeves rattled. The man smiled and said, "It's a state instead of a continent, which is enough to see the disparity between the 2 worlds in the transportation of mountains and water." Lin Zhongxian has always been alone before going out, but this time it was an exception. With a young woman by her side, it was Sudian who came to the door not long ago. She came from the small town of Huaihuang County in the old Lizhu Cave, Aquarius Island. According to the real seniority, can be regarded as his junior sister, but now Sudian has changed its name to Suli in Yashan, and has been apprenticed to a disciple of Lin Zhongxian, and the seniority has opened up at once. At the beginning, Lin Zhongxian was worried that Sudian would be unhappy, so he made a draft, saying that this was just an expedient measure to hide people's eyes and ears. Baiyujing was no better than Hauran Confucian Temple, and it was easy to be followed by Taoist officials who were proficient in fortune-telling. I never thought that Sudian would not wait at that time. After Lin Zhongxian finished speaking, she simply replied, "As long as she can learn true boxing here, it doesn't matter if she is a handyman who needs to bring tea and water to people every day." Su Dian habitually referred to the other party as Master Lin. Master Lin, how long is it until the next martial arts review? Not only did she follow the customs of the countryside, but now she is under the tutelage of others, mainly because of Lin Jiangxian's martial arts accomplishments. It seems that it is disrespectful to call Master Lin. According to the mountain customs of Qingming World, the 100-year-old evaluation compiled by the Xianzhang School, and the 10-year-old evaluation given by Bing Jishan, the Jiazi evaluation of the 10 warriors, the people who watch the lively are actually not satisfied, complaining that the former is too short. After 100 years, that's all. There are some old faces with no suspense on the list. At most, there is a small adjustment in the ranking. At the same time, I dislike the latter's longevity. Except for Lin Shi, who is the first person without suspense, there are 9 people behind him. The list is almost all newcomers. After all, pure martial arts, often 100 years old, is an old age. Lin Jiangxian said with a smile, the new list has only been around for a few years, and according to the rules, it should be like this, but thanks to the White Lotus route, within the Jiazi, a river and lake is not so lifeless. She likes to ask people about boxing, and her shots are heavy. Several of the defeated generals were either killed or injured, and they fell out of the list within a few days. Those who were on the list back then, who had not yet been approached by Bai O, were inevitably apprehensive, fearing that they were not good at learning and would lose. Quan was humiliated again, and his reputation was ruined. He was not on the list at that time, but he felt that he had hope of being among the next 10 martial arts critics. Young people also began to worry. Is it true that they want to take their lives for a little reputation? Believe it. Before the announcement of the last list, Long Xinpu, who is the patriarch of Bing Jishan, must have been to the Qingshan dynasty beforehand and greeted Bai O. After passing his anger, I guess Yixiang will also tell Bai O a few words, let her stop being so sharp. The two walked into the tributary of the Majia River, formerly known as the Dragon. On the hillside where the rivers converge, there is a shrine with flat incense. Along the way, there were occasional tourists by the river, but none of them could recognize the identity of the middle-aged man in green shirt. This has something to do with Lin Jiangxian's dislike of showing his face. Yishan is located in the Qijin dynasty, but any ceremony held by the dynasty is at most Lin Jiangxian. A certain direct disciple of Lin Jiangxian came forward. Every time Lin Jiangxian went out to travel, he almost always walked in the city and rivers and lakes. Just like the last time he made an exception to attend the Great Chao sect wedding banquet, Lin Jiangxian just chose a corner to sit silently and used a pseudonym. When a pure martial artist climbs high, his heart and energy always come first, then his fist. He is no different than a cultivator who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. The martial artist has only practiced boxing for so many decades. If you don't even think about it, you can't walk to that high place in my heart. Lin Jiangxian said, you are here, take the White Lotus route as a reference, there is no problem. There is a gap between the two sides, and the gap is not small now, but if you work hard, you can always see a back. It's better than being in my hometown, always comparing myself with Shuang Pei. As your imaginary enemy, you are destined to be incapable of getting around in the future. One of them is too high, and Pei Cup is the well-deserved #1 in Haoran martial arts. Don't talk about asking her, you probably won't be easy to meet her. One is too close, in Luopao Mountain in her hometown, and Pei Qian is younger than you, obviously her martial arts qualifications are better, it's okay if you lose a boxing once or twice. When the punches are withdrawn, the opponent is out of good intentions, just because your own temperament is not tough enough, then there will be big trouble. So you come here and change to a new environment, it is right. Su Dian said, after all, Bai O is the third in the world, Master Lin, would it be too much for me to pursue her as a target? After all, it's one thing to have anger, and it's another thing to have the facts. Lin Jiangxian smiled and said, "What are you afraid of? With my senior brother, everything is possible. I will help teach boxing and feeding boxing, and you will no longer be an idiot. But you need to eat one bite at a time. I made a list for you. There are about 5 or 6 martial arts masters on it. You will ask them about boxing within 30 years. It was agreed in advance that as long as you lose a game, you are not qualified to fight with Bai O in this life." Su Dian took a deep breath. "I will never disappoint Master Lin." Lin Jiangxian shook his head and said, "I'm just doing my senior brother's responsibility, and I didn't have high hopes for you. I just paid off an old debt. There's nothing to be disappointed about. You just need to keep yourself from being disappointed." Although Sudian has a very low rank in Yashan, the real master is still Lin Jiangxian. In the next 20 to 30 years, Lin Jiangxian will personally instruct Sudian to learn martial arts and practice martial arts, which may be even more personal than those nominal disciples. The White Lotus root in the Qingming world can be roughly regarded as Pei Cup, the female warrior of the vast world. To a certain extent, Yao Qing, the elegant minister, may be the White Lotus root that was carefully cultivated and copied according to this paradigm and authentic work of Pei Cup. Bai O, the female national teacher of the Qingshan dynasty, with a short halberd attached to her waist, named Iron Room, is a magical weapon recorded by Bai Yujing. Ending martial artist, standing at the top of martial arts for more than 100 years, now he is the third martial artist in Qingming world, second only to Lin Jiangxian in hard work. There were 10 martial arts critics on the list twice, and Bai O was on the list for the first time, at the bottom of the ranking. Even so, there is still a lot of criticism. A woman in her 40s has just entered the realm. No matter how good the martial arts talent is, she has never asked the master of the realm about boxing. Even before becoming the master of the 10 realms, when Lotus was in the far travel realm and the mountain peak realm, she was even more famous, and she was still the noble female national teacher. As for Wen Quan, she didn't seem to have any achievements worth mentioning. As a result, everyone in one state said she was a martial artist. As a talented student, everyone in the outside world will suspect that she is actually difficult under her reputation. Could it be that he deliberately released water so that there was a female martial artist on the list and let her be included in the review? Facts have proved that this is not the case, because every 10 years after this, Bai O will follow the order of this list to find the 9th and 8th martial arts critics, and these martial artists who are ranked before her, ask each other. One punch. As a result, in the 4 questioning boxings that the world looked at, Bai O won all of them, 3 of them died and 1 survived. The reason why there were no 5th and 6th games was because Bai O, who was the national teacher of Qingshan, skipped several rankings in one breath and took the initiative to go to Yashan Mountain in Ruzhou. She chose to ask the teacher Lin directly. Of course lost. So when she was among the top 3 in the second martial arts review, there was only little criticism left. The only flaw that could be picked out was that she had the hand halberd called Iron Room. It's just that it's not that she ranks among the top 10 people and ranks so high, but that she ranks among the top 3 in martial arts with this magical weapon. Maybe it's a little, small problem. So much so that Bing Jishan, who had been suffocated for a long time, after giving the list, among the dozens of notes, the second one was, "Whoever has any objection to the ranking, go and ask Bai O." Su Dian asked, "Master Lin, on the list, is there a soldier who resolves the mountain in Yueying?" Lin Jiangxian nodded and said, "If there is any accident, such as Yuye's sudden fall one day, then your third question is her." Su Dian asked, "If I come here, will I cause some extra trouble for Master Lin?" Lin Jiangxian shook his head and said, "I asked you to change your name earlier and recognize a low-ranking Yashan martial artist as your master, not because Yashan is afraid of causing trouble, but to make you better in martial arts, concentrate on boxing, and don't have to be distracted. A dazzling identity can save a lot of trivial matters." Of course, it's also a kind of temptation for me to meet you for the first time. I'm mainly worried that you are young and energetic. If you recognize your senior brother, you will not know how high the sky is in Rougeau. Whether it is a pure martial artist or a cultivator, your heart is biased, or if you have something to rely on, your achievements are often lower. Lin Jiangxian said with a smile, actually, Beiyujing has an internal list. There are not many names, less than the number of hands. It is said that each of the 3 headmasters can add or tick off a few names, as long as they stay in the list. The ones on the list exist as exceptions that are completely unconstrained and supervised by Beiyujing, and I happen to be one of them. Of course, Lin Jiangxian also heard about this kind of secret. He could never go to the top of Beiyujing to read this account book. The big headmaster Ko Ming wrote 2 names on it, Xian Duguan Sun Huizhong, and Li Piefeng worked hard. The second head taught Yudo, and only wrote 1 name, Baolin. Lu Chen wrote a long list, but most of them were crossed out on the spot by senior brother Yudo. The last remaining names were less than 5 people, including Huayang Palace Gao Gu, Bai Guzhenren, and the latest one, Zhang Fenghai, who had just betrayed Beiyujing. And Yashan Forest Master is not the name written by the 3 headmasters, but written by the Taoist ancestors. It has been more than 3,000 years since the last time Daozu wrote by himself. The name Daozu wrote that time was Lu Qin. These, of course, is Master Lu, a guy who was full and supported. When he came to Yashan and Rougeau for a drink one year, he took the initiative to leak it to Master Lin. Because the matter was too confidential, Lin Jiangxian didn't explain the content to Su Dian in detail. Su Dian asked curiously, Master Lin, how powerful can a martial artist like you be when you deliver a punch? Lin Jiangxian thought for a while, and seemed to be really stumped by such a simple question. After a moment of silence, he smiled casually. Among the martial arts colleagues, it seems that there is really no reference. It is roughly equivalent to the full strength of an Ascension Realm sword cultivator. Strike. Yashan is a Jianghu sect that has only been built for more than 100 years. The family is not enough, and there is no such isolated cave in the world. Otherwise, I can practice a few punches to give you a more intuitive impression. In this Rougeau in the world, I should not use all my fists, the movement may be relatively large, and the Qin Tianjin in various countries will definitely report it to Beiyujing. Today is different from the past, it is better to be quiet and not to move, you need to watch the fire from across the mountain. Su Dian asked, Master Lin, with the rise of Bingjishan, will it take away part of the martial arts of Yashan in Rougeau? Lin Jiangxian laughed dumbly. Dian Su knew that he had asked an inappropriate idiot question. It turns out that Bingjishan in Yongzhou has flourished in the martial arts movement in the last 100 years, and there is a sign that it will compete with Yashan in Rougeau. Because the sect has 2 young martial arts masters, a man and a woman, on the list at the same time, watching together, the Taoist name is Riding the Whale. In Yu, the Taoist name is Yuqing. On the top of a mountain, at the same time, there are 2 martial artists who are among the world's martial arts critics. One can imagine the greatness of martial arts. Although there is Master Lin sitting on the top of the mountain in Yashan, even Zhao Hechong, the first apprentice of Master Lin, a martial arts master who was originally regarded as a stable leader, was not included in the list this time. And Bingjie Mountain is also one of the few Taoist officials in the Qingming world who can practice both Taoism and martial arts. The reason why they can't rank among the top Taoist sects is that the ancestors of all dynasties are almost meaningless. In history, no one has ever been able to. Among the 10 people in the world, 10 candidates. If it is said that Bingjishan has found another way, since the martial arts has suppressed the immortal energy, then simply turn to the martial arts master in the sect who wholeheartedly cultivate. It is completely possible to pinch the tip of martial arts geniuses from several states around Yongzhou. As long as the mountain gate is opened, and martial artists other than Taoist officials are recruited to the outside world, I believe that young girls who are willing to take the initiative to rush to Bingjishan to learn from their teachers will definitely. There is an endless stream, and several state courts and first-class immortals are also very willing to send martial arts geniuses within their respective jurisdictions to Bingjia Mountain, and they will be the best Taoist guardians for their own heirs and young Taoist officials when they go down the mountain for training. Unlike today's 14 states of Qingming, Wufu only recognizes Yashan, and Grandmaster only recognizes Lin Shi. After a long time, such as 100 years later, a little longer, 300 or 500 years, Yashan Forest Master, after all, is only a pure martial artist with a limited lifespan. The warriors of Bingjishan are uniquely endowed by nature. As long as they enter the hall, Yangshuo will start every 300 to 500 years. Lin Zhongxian explained with a smile, the combination of martial arts and law is actually a sieve. The most embarrassing thing is that it is the great talents that are sifted out. Solving the mountains is a self-awareness. As for a few special cases, isolated cases, and what can be proved, this kind of person, under Pei Bai's hands, can be Chao Ci, and in other places, it will be Chao Ci. The difference is only a few years before he becomes famous. In short, Bingjishan can make the dojo grow stronger and deeper by pinching the martial arts, but it will never become the second Crow Mountain. Unless Bingjishan can find one or two pure warriors like Chao Ci and Chen Pingan, they will collect disciples and spread their branches. Su Dian said, I heard that Bingjishan Taoist officials have the tradition of 1,000 years of doom. Occasionally Taoist priests can live for 1,000 years. Does it have anything to do with this? Lin Zhongxian nodded and said, if it weren't for this, it's just a matter of collecting dozens of martial arts secrets and cultivating a group of preachers who focus on teaching boxing. How can the world's top dojos not take advantage of this huge amount of money? Su Dian said, it's like a landscape colliding with each other. Lin Zhongxian smiled and said, this analogy is quite good. Lin Zhongxian once went to the Bingjia Mountains and met Qi Guan and Yu Yu from a distance. The former was actually very talented, and he did not lose to the first disciple Zhao Hechong, but deep down, this person still lived in seclusion in the mountains and yearned for longevity. The Taoist is self-proclaimed, and she admires the knowledge of the headmaster Lu Chen the most in her life. The latter is more like a pure martial artist, but unfortunately, there is no guidance from a master. Apart from practicing with her brother Qi Guanwen, she has no idea what above the first level of Guasian is. Arrived, and she still has the biggest problem, she is too afraid of losing her punches. From Lin Jiangxian's point of view, Yu Yu, who was already in the nascent soul realm, would have a big problem if she wanted to be in the upper 5 realms in the future, and her martial arts climbing to the top was too smooth. Just because of her inner demon, she is destined to be an invincible Yu Yu, and the inner demon will crush a Taoist heart of Taoist Yu Yu and all the hearts of Wufu Yu Yu into pieces. The grand occasion of the top 10 warriors in the world, Wushan occupies the second place, may not last for a few years. Therefore, not long ago, the mountain master Bingjishan, who had also anticipated this matter, secretly sent a letter to Yashan, hoping to ask Master Lin to help once. If it wasn't for Su Dian who happened to come here to recognize relatives, Yu Yu could be one of the targets for mutual training of martial arts with his junior sister Su Dian, and Lin Zhongxian would ignore it. Therefore, when Yashan replied with a letter to Bingjishan, it was considered to agree to this matter, but the latter unexpectedly sent a sincere letter of thanks to Yashan, promising that the main members of the Bingjishan Patriarchate will be there soon. Come to the Qijin dynasty in Ruzhou to participate in the birthday celebration of His Majesty the Emperor, and then come back to harass Master Lin. In fact, if Master Lin of Yashan was too lazy to reply to a letter, Patriarch Bingjishan had no choice but to go to a certain compatriot landlord in Baiyujing for help. But in this way, the old mountain master will be ready, and he will definitely be scolded by his own patriarch who is too high, Qingling, in his Patriarch's Hall. The Taoist priest with the Taoist name Qingling is the only old man of the same age as Sun Huaizhong and Gao Gu, who secretly went to Xuandu in Qizhou to look for Wang's Sunday. In Yongzhou, there are indeed a few cultivators. In addition to the fact that the fall was like Long Xinpu who was eating, and the grandson of Zuandugwen, as well as the predecessor of Jiang Zhaomo, Zikalu, they were all from Yongzhou. Now Bing Jishan, there is still a young Taoist official who is only half 100 years old, and his fame is even greater than that of Qi Guan and Yu Yu, who are on the list of martial arts critics. Fuchuan, the Taoist name is Xianchan. Not yet 50 years old now, he is a close disciple of the contemporary mountain master. After more than 30 years of cultivation in the mountains, he has been praised by the outside world as the second of Zhang Fenghai in Baiyujing and Yaoqing in Yongzhou. On the side of Bingjie Mountain, from the mountain chief to the members of the ancestral master hall, but the house kept reporting, desperately clarifying the matter, saying that the qualifications of our family's Fuchuan are only acceptable, you don't want to spit people. Does anyone believe it? It is only said that Zuandugwen and Bing Jishan once fought for this cultivator embryo in Yongzhou. In short, it was very unpleasant. In the end, Fu Quan chose Bing Jishan from his hometown in Benzhou. The reason given by this child back then was very interesting and he was close to home. Fortunately, Sun Guanju, who was in Zuandugwen at that time, went out for a long trip and disappeared for many years. Otherwise, Bing Jishan would not dare to tear up his face with Xian Duguan so much, and he would also fight for the talisman to return to the mountain. After all, it was the young man Zuandugwen found earlier, so Bing Jishan was more or less justified. Even so, Long Xinpu bravely and secretly worked hard to block Xuandu Guan Jiangxian's menacing line of sword soldiers to Jiashan. It is rumored that Fu Quan, who was still a young man at the time, could virtually eliminate the grievances in the mountains with just one sentence, so that the two sides would not have a gap in their hearts because of this. If Daoist Sun personally took me to Xuandu Temple to practice, I wouldn't have to hesitate. I would immediately leave with him and hesitate for a while. It would be disrespectful to Daoist Sunday, it's very spiritual. When Sun Daoyuan traveled home, he heard the words, stroked his beard and laughed, and praised Fu Quan, good boy, treat people with sincerity, very like Chen Ziadeoyu. Soon there was a saying that there was a nose and eyes, saying that Zuandugwen Sun Daoist said something personally. It's all nonsense, it's too unreliable, what Zhang Fenghai is the second, Xiao Yaoqing, it is clear that Zhang Fenghai is the second Fuchuan. Yaoqing has to call himself the old Fuchuan. Now that Daoist Sun has clarified so much, the newspapers on the Biezhou Mountains will not continue to make Fu Quan famous. After all, Daoist Sun holds the most vengeance. You refute the poor Taoist is clumsy, and can't quarrel with you, so you have to ask you to come from your family Taoist temple to sweep the floor. I really don't believe it. If anyone goes to Zuandugwen to be a guest, of course, it is a real guest in the literal sense, as long as you see those Taoist priests whose robes are not in Zuandugwen style, walking on the road, and seeing them carrying brooms and toilets. Yes, it's better to be a little respectful, because their realm is definitely not low. As for Jiang Zhaomo of the Ziki building in Baiyujing, he has practiced both Taoism and martial arts in this life, but he has never been included in the martial arts evaluation. Therefore, he was reputed by someone as the Tao boy who guards the gate of the mountain of martial arts in the world. Therefore, it is referred to as door boy. As for who is the someone who dares to ridicule a landlord of Baiyujing like this, you can use your to know who it is. They all speculated that Bing Jishan was so daring, it was most likely the result of someone instigating him. In addition, earlier, every time Xianzhang Mountain selected the 10 people in the world, they were accustomed to have an 11th candidate, and this person and Zuandugwen Sun Daoist, one was called the 5th person who could not be beaten by thunder, and the other was the 11th. This monk who has been ranked 11th for more than 10 consecutive times is the first person on the mountain in Ruzhou. He has an excellent relationship with Daoist Sunday. His surname is Zhu, and he calls himself someone. Therefore, the last hidden official of the Sword Qi Great Wall at the time became the Qin Shi of several young people in the world. After learning about this, the Qingming world felt that the three of them could get together to drink at a table. It's a pity that Zhu someone failed to keep the title of 11th under heaven this time. Now the two great female masters except Bai O on the list, in addition to Bingji Shanyueying, also come from a place called Pipa Peak in Yuzhou, and the woman is Gu Yang'a. She was born out of nowhere and was born out of nowhere. Her family background and teacher's inheritance are unknown. These two female masters were in a similar situation to Bai's first time on the list. They were both selected, but they were criticized, and they were not small. Xian Duguan, Daoist's son, stood up again and said a fair word. After the scars are healed, the pain is forgotten, and they have to be slapped on your face to know the pain. Zhu Xia also has a similar view, but he said it more elegantly, which is also in line with Zhu Xia's consistent style. What's wrong with the woman? This is called Missouri Shuo's crescent eyebrows without heroic spirit, not flattering to the king at the foot of the mountain, but teaching the immortals to bow down on the mountain. Su Dian asked a question that had been buried in his heart for many years. Master Lin, the reincarnation of the Taoist monks on the mountain will almost always be incomplete. Yan, can you still be counted as that person back then? Lin Zhongxian smiled knowingly. What do you think is the most fundamental reason why people are human? Su Dian shook his head. Lin Zhongxian stretched his finger to his heart, then raised his arm, and clicked on his temple. I think it is these two places. The intersection of human heart and memory is a human being. Lin Zhongxian stopped and asked with a smile, can you imagine that I'm walking all the way, with Lin Zhongxian standing at every step? If that's the case, ask me about boxing, how can I win? Su Dian was stunned. Lin Zhongxian smiled and said, I'm just a pure martial artist. Of course, I can't reach this level, but there are people in the world who can do it. Sudian, the world is very big, and only when you climb high can you see far. The footprints of the Buddha walking through the world are like a Buddha standing in the world, and the Buddha Dharma is immeasurable. Daozu left the dojo, went out the door, and made the robes and boots. Another example, the sound of books in the world is the power of the most holy masters. Lin Zhongxian raised his hand, and the snow-white sword light flashed suddenly. After receiving a letter from Feijin, he opened it and looked at the content, and said with a smile, I have to go back to Yashan. There are guests. Su Dian clasped his fists to say goodbye. Lin Jiangxian's toes lightly tapped, and a cyan rainbow light cut through the sky. Xia Xinan, a sword fairy from a foreign country who visited Lizhu Cave, and Lin Zhongxian, the first martial artist in the Qingming world. His true identity is the sacrificial official who intercepted all the martial arts of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Coupled with Hao Su, a criminal who is already in Baiyujing, he just doesn't know when the last hidden official, Chen Pingan, who is a colleague, will appear in the Qingming world. In the boat on Chuchi Lake, Zhonglu Changming narrowed her eyes and lowered her head to drink tea. Her golden eyes were full of brilliance. Since ancient times, strangeness does not separate families, and one strangeness attracts several strangeness. First, Bai Yi took the lead and successfully watched the birth of the first sword cultivator in the Taoist world. With a single stroke, the whole body was moved. At this moment, the world seemed to open a door, and visions appeared everywhere. In a blessed land, for sword cultivators appeared at the same time. In the land of Nanyuan country in Jiangyi, a weak woman who yearns for the rivers and lakes but cannot travel far because of her status. She is sleepy in the boudoir, resting her cheeks with one hand, yawning, and casually flipping through a book she collected and compiled by herself. The booklet is filled with frontier poems and sword-chanting poems. In an instant, the woman only felt cool and refreshing. This beautiful lady, who was born weak and sick, was instantly bright and light as a feather. Then she felt nauseous, dizzy, abdominal cramps, and her stomach began to turn upside down. Turning her head, she began to vomit on the ground. For a while, the house was filled with a foul smell. She thought she was the woman who died in the book. She vomited out, and finally stopped retching. The sweaty woman stretched out her hand to cover her heart. In a trance, a scalding fire dragon wandered from the heart orifice to the meridians and rushed to her palm. She looked down and saw that there was a line like a winding line. She hurriedly spread her palms and shook her vigorously, and finally she threw a bright red pocket dagger, more than an inch long, hanging in the air, and then a magical thing like the legendary sword pill started to surround her. Rotate, like a bird leaning on someone. When the maid who heard the sound saw this scene, she saw a ghost during the day, and was so frightened that she fainted on the spot. In the desolate land bordering the grasslands of the northern Jin kingdom, a bearded ranger riding a donkey and carrying a sword, with a face of half 100 years old, full of alcohol, swaying, drank the last sip of crude shochu, and threw the jug far away. He snorted and suddenly widened his eyes. He spit out a mouthful of his alcohol, and a light hovered in his sight, slender as a finger, radiant and radiant. The man rubbed his eyes, and it was vaguely seen that he has a strange short sword wrapped in precious light. The blade is narrow and pitch black as ink. There was a dark-skinned, sturdy young woman on the grassland. Although her appearance was not a beauty, her unusually full and elastic round buttocks made her whole person reveal a kind of exuberant anger. Inside the tent, the woman was breastfeeding her child. The cyan meridians set off the towering and became whiter, just like the beautiful suet and jade she had picked up from the riverbed and piled up on the table. When she was a girl, she picked up a rusty bronze ancient sword and hung it on the wall. At this moment, the woman stretched out her fingers and pinched her bulging chest. She suddenly raised her head, her face was blank, and she heard the sound of swords on the wall. In a Taoist temple where incense is prosperous in Songlai country, a young Taoist boy squatted on the steps with a broom in his arms, watching the incense smoke rising. He was fascinated, and in a trance he saw a wisp of incense condensing into a line, as if it had spread to the sky. The young Dao Tong raised his head and stared blankly at the long line of incense. Changmin spoke with the mountain master about this matter with the voice of his heart. Chen Pingan replied in a heartfelt voice, "I see, don't bother, just record it in the book first." The goddess of the Dai Mountain Temple threw a freshly caught perch into the fish basket, turned her head and said to the man in the blue shirt, "You are so strange, and you are not the same as me. Why are you not popular at all?" Wu Jiang, who was sitting cross-legged, stopped drinking, slapped the scabbard, and said angrily, "How arrogant, how can you scold someone so well?" Yuan Huang, who was not far away, also turned to look at the green-shirted guest beside Wu Jiang. In fact, he has long recognized Wu Jiang, but there is no need to greet him deliberately. The female mountain goddess Green Waste Empress, who named the ancestral temple as Beggar Field, hesitated for a moment and asked, "Can you take the liberty to ask, what kind of cultivation method do you rely on to achieve such a posture? Today's world is full of strange, what is the most valuable? Of course it's a way. If it can be used for reference, it will be a valuable avenue. Birds have the way of birds, snakes have the way of snakes, chi cultivators have their own way of breathing and breathing, gods have the way to shape and temper their golden bodies by drawing on the incense of the human world, and ghosts also have their own ways to go. It is only said that in today's world, there is an extra kind of copper money on the mountain, which can condense the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Chi practitioners other than the gods of mountains and rivers can even eat it. The Hushan faction has the largest amount of this kind of immortal money. In addition, the secret treasuries of the imperial courts of various countries have reserves, but there are more or less. Then there is the cloud-shrouded and difficult-to-find reverence building, which seems to be extremely wealthy. As the goddess of the mountain in an ancestral temple, she always has to recruit troops and horses to gather all the ghosts and narcissus within her jurisdiction. It would be best if there were a few more chi practitioners who could be worshipped at the Kiwachang Mountain Temple. Seeing the playful expression of the man in the green shirt, "You fool, do you think him a fool?" The green-waisted lady was a little embarrassed. Where in the world is it not a market that can't be profitable and can't afford early? She hesitated for a while. He took out a golden copper coin in his sleeve and said with a smile, "Of course it won't be unpaid. It's not just boasting, this thing is rare, it's unique to Daishin. Just because my family's begging field has an old temple blessing, it's a ghost, and the identity is unknown. Who came to me last year? I only know that he was a craftsman before his death, and he was best at finding dragons and acupoints, choosing beautiful water and soil, blowing fans, smelting and casting. More insider information should not be disclosed. For example, the copper coin in her hand, which she herself does not know the value of, is the most surprising thing about turning the incense of the temple into reality." Chen Pingan's face seemed to be the same as usual, but he was actually quite surprised. It turned out to be the prototype of a gold and copper coin. "I just don't know if the copper coin in the hand of the goddess of the mountain is the first carved mother coin. It's just like setting up a street stall to do business in Baozhai. If the buyer is surprised, don't blame the seller for killing the pig." So Chen Pingan just glanced at the golden copper coins, and said indifferently, "Fulu. I practice the way of Fulu. But this Dao vein is not easy to practice, and the threshold is very high. Whether it is successful or not depends on fate. It is not the same as ordinary Qi cultivators. You have thousands of secret books and spiritual books explaining this Dao. You are already a Qi refiner who eats the clouds and drinks the dew and rides the clouds and mists, and you are still drawing talismans." Wu Jiang followed the chick to peck the rice and nodded vigorously, but in fact he was at a loss. Of course, there is nothing difficult in the world, only those who have the heart. Learning the Tao is the most important thing in getting the law, and the magic lies in people after all. Chen Pingan wanted to put on a gesture of stroking his beard and laughing, but then he remembered that Wu Di, a Taoist priest who set up a fortune-telling stall, shook his sleeves, took out a yellow paper talisman, and said with a smile, "Follow the talisman and refine your energy. It is difficult for scholars to enter the house, and it is extremely difficult to draw them, but I still have a small inventory of talismans here. Except for the talismans for personal use, which are used to deter evil spirits, defeat evil spirits, and walk freely in the world, there are no taboos. In addition, my generation of cultivators pays attention to a dharma that is not lightly passed on, and treasures that are not exposed. If it is not fate, then it should be kept secret. Today, in this autumn lake, I met with the goddess of the mountain, and talked a few words. It must be a mystery. There is God's will of fate in it. There are not many ready-made superfluous talismans on my side, but only 3. They are by no means precious. If you want to come here, it is always slightly more difficult to cast money than your temple. Congratulations occupying the landscape and spiritual veins. The material of this charm is precious, and the mysterious power is hidden. Let me and the goddess of the mountain talk slowly, whether to buy or not. Buy it, listen to it before making a decision." Listening to Chen Pingan's eloquent words, it is interlocking and reasonable. Wu Jiang on the side looks strange, and his mood is extremely complicated. What Chen Jianxian, and that Xianjia drink, aren't they all fake? Wu Jiang, who knew Chen Pingan's identity, was so skeptical. The well-informed empress with green waist was naturally even more suspicious. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Yuan Huang, who had been silent all the time, put away his fishing rod and said, "I bought 3 talismans. I beg the immortal master to make a price." This is what Chen Pingan deliberately suppressed first and then raised, because the one who really knew what was going on was actually Yuan Huang, who had a first glimpse of Qi Lianqi. Yuan Huang, can't help you." Chen Pingan smiled and said, "Since we have a predestined relationship, why bother talking about money? I'll just give you this mustard seed talisman." Gently twisting his wrist, he threw the talisman to Yuan Huang. It was not unusual for it to be as fast as an arrow, but what was unusual was that the talisman floated slowly like a human. Yuan Huang exhaled softly, and did not pick up the talisman with his hand, but just hung the talisman in the air in front of him, and then took out a small Wangwali painting box, and the talisman gently fell into it. Yuan Huanglian put the talisman and the wooden box into his sleeve, thanked the immortal master in green shirt, turned around, and started fishing again with the rod, without even mentioning the business. Chen Pingan snorted. "Are young people today so ignorant of martial arts?" Seeing this scene, the goddess of the mountain covered her mouth and smiled coquettishly. "Wu Jiang is full of slander, stealing chickens will not lose rice. It seems that Chen Jianxian is not an old Jianghu." Chen Pingan laughed heartily. "Wu Jiang, you don't understand, this is called long-line fishing for big fish." Wu Jiang immediately said solemnly, "It is necessary." Chen Pingan patted the young chivalrous man on the shoulder, and in the tone of a senior Jianghu, he said earnestly, "I'll introduce my great disciple of the founding mountain to you when I have a chance. After I learn boxing, I have to find someone to learn from and to practice my hand. The ability is really not true, in the end is gold or copper and iron." Wu Jiang didn't know the knowledge here for the time being. After all, he was young and agreed. Wu Jiang asked with his heart, "Chen Jianxian came here this time because he was invited by sect master Gao to participate in the discussion in Demugwen." Chen Pingan nodded. "Strive to make one truth clear, the world is still yours. As for whether you believe it or not, toast and fine, drink for yourself. The blue waves are vast and the eyes are blue, and the green mountains and flowers on the lake are about to burn." Sword of Coming Chapter 1194. Chapter 1194 Duo Qingyun Yuqing Palace. The peach blossoms of Xinshao City are as famous in the world as Xuanda Temple. Dong Huafu is here to practice swordsmanship, ignoring the cold and heat outside the city. The other 8 fellow sword cultivators have all started to practice the dozens of sword techniques taught by Xinshao City. The ordinary Yushu City Taoist officials, even sword cultivators, can only rely on honesty to obtain these superior sword techniques. Realm rely on merit. Only Dong Huafu just silently wrote down those sword tricks, but did not practice these sword tricks that money can't buy. In addition, Dong Huafu is the only one of the 9 people who has never been granted the Dao Dao by Baiyujin Yushu City. Regarding this matter, it is not that there are some discussions inside Yushu City, but they were all suppressed by Wang Yu. Wang Yu, one of the 2 deputy city lords of Xinshao City, is a middle-aged Taoist priest wearing a golden hibiscus crown. He has a mild temperament and speaks very well. He often comes to the thatched hut to chat with Dong Huafu. Today, the position of the city lord of Xinshao City is still vacant, and there are different opinions on who will be in charge of a city. The 2 deputy city lords, Wang Xia, is in the realm of immortals, and the other female crown, Xiao Feibai, with the Dao name Mo Do, is also a fairy, but she is also a Taoist sword fairy with excellent swordsmanship, so Xiao Feibai fills the lack of city lords and is better than Wang Xing. The voice is higher. But what's interesting is that Xiao Feibai and Wang Yu are Taoist companions, so no matter who takes over the city of Xinshao, it is considered that the fat water will not flow to outsiders. The problem is that these 2 Taoist companions are only in the fairyland, and as the city owner, they are a bit mediocre after all. Therefore, a variable appeared not long ago, because an outsider came to Shinshao City, Jianzhuosu. Although this criminal officer is unknown on the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and is not even among the top 10 swordsmen at the top of the city, the flowers bloom in the wall and the fragrance outside the wall is the big monster in the realm of Xuanpu. The key point is that this big monster is still the city owner of the Xianzhou city, which is known as the highest city in the world. Therefore, the officials of the 12 floors of the 5 cities, including Shinshao City, are now guessing, is it possible that Hao Su directly serves as the lord of Shinshao City? There is a guest here at the thatched hut. It is an old rule that the owner is very poor, and the guest must bring their own drinks. This is called robbing the rich and helping the poor. Dong Huafu picked up the white bowl, took a sip of the peach juice fairy brew, which tasted delicious no matter how he drank it, and asked curiously, Lord Xingguan, I heard that you are going to be a high-ranking official again. According to the second shopkeeper, drinking a cup instead of a bowl will taste at least half the difference. The other 8 fellow villagers are now Taoist priests in Shinshao City, and they all get along very well. The 8 sword cultivators who were not very young would go to Hao Su to ask questions occasionally when they encountered a spiritual barrier. At the beginning Hao Su would explain their doubts in detail, but it didn't take long for Hao Su to sign a contract for them. One rule, one question. That is to say, every sword cultivator in a certain realm can only ask Hao Su once, and the next time he asks a question, he can only wait until the realm is broken. In front of me, this sword cultivator who belongs to my own family is really prosperous in official affairs. He can become an official wherever he goes, and he is envious. Hao Su shook his head and smiled and said, It's just a rumor, I made an appointment with Lu Qin before I came, and am only a guest of Shinshao City. Dong Huafu asked, Is it because I know that I can't be a good candidate, so I sell it well, or is it really good, but I don't want to be a good candidate? Hao Su said, If you want to be, you can be, but it's not necessary. Too much mundane affairs will only delay sword refining. Dong Huafu raised the wine bowl, hung it in the air, and asked, Is this the reason why the criminal officer can't take a sword in the Great Wall of Sword Qi? Hao Su looked sad, shook his head and said, I have some difficulties and dare not die. But I have never used a sword to kill a demon. After all, it is a fact. I am ashamed of the trust of the boss Jianxian. On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, to lure every sword immortal out of the city to fight, every wild monster or domineering arrogant, or seemingly reckless shot, is often a far-reaching insidious calculation. In the wild world, in order to obtain a feat of beheading the sword fairy, it can be said that everything is done. The bait for setting up ambush can either be the siege of some young sword cultivators on the Great Wall of Sword Qi without killing them, or it can be the wild demon clan being attacked. The demon is forced to use his life as a bait. On the wine table of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, there was once a saying that it was said that it was first passed down from the Summer Palace. Every sword immortal who grew up died at least 5 future sword immortals. Dong Huafu nodded and said with a grin, Being such a big official, the realm is still high, and you are willing to say such soft words to a junior like me. The criminal officer is still a little conscious, and everyone has a hard scripture to read. No, I mentioned it, let's go. This is also the reason why Hao Su is willing to come here often with wine to challenge. At least a few sincere words can be heard here. No matter the realm, the wine table in the world is on an equal footing. Dong Huafu asked, with the realm of a criminal officer, why don't you go to another city to get a job? An Ascension realm sword cultivator, where is not a sweet pastry? The position of Shinshao City on the 12th floor of the 5 cities of Baiyujing is neither low nor high. Hao Su said, I still have the title of a former criminal, so I can take care of you here. In the Feishing city in the colorful world, the new criminal officer is Qi Shou, but Ning Yao is only a hidden officer, so Hao Su really belongs to the former criminal officer in a strict sense. Dong Huafu raised his head and looked into the distance. The giant city was hanging high, immortal. Lingbao's city is the place where the second headmaster Yudo attained Taoism, and Nanhua City is the dojo where the third headmaster Lu Qin was taught. The Green City, also known as the Jade Emperor City, was once the preaching place of the great headmaster Ko Ming. It was the first city built by Baiyujing. Only the Ziki building built by Taoist ancestors was the same age. As for the Yunshui building and the Linlang building on the 12th floor, they are all Dao veins passed down by the great headmaster. For some reason, Jiang Yunqing, who had just been the city owner of Qingcui City for a few days, soon retreated. The outside world speculates that Jiang Yunqing has achieved a great fortune, and he has to complete a feat of breaking through the two realms in a few years and ascending the Tao. In fact, this speculation is not correct. Zhang Jiaolu had hidden in the sleeve of a Taoist robe he named, Beat the World's Smart Places, and once hid a transfiguration demon captured from the sky, and then quietly threw it into the Taoist heart of Jiang Yunqing, who was promoted and rich. Just because the so-called Tao is 1 foot high and the devil is 1 foot high, the city owner of Green City is not so easy to be. If Jiang Yunqing can't defeat the inner demon, I'm afraid he can be reincarnated directly. There are at most 2 deputy landlords on the 12th floor, and they must be priests in the fairyland to be competent. However, there is no quota for the number of deputy city lords in the 5 cities, ranging from 1 to 3, depending on the city lord's personal preference. The height of the 12th floor of the 5 cities will be raised and lowered to varying degrees according to the accumulation of merit for each jiazi. Dong Huafu asked curiously, Lord Criminal Officer, do you know where the headmaster went? Hao Su smiled and said, this kind of Baiyujing's first-class secret. I'm an outsider, where do I know where to go? Next time Lu Qin comes here as a guest, you can ask him yourself. I have to admit that Lu Qin is a wonderful person. The peach in Shinshao City and the Jade Emperor Plum in Qingcui City are all recognized as the delicacy of Xianjia in the world. Green City is located in the northernmost part of Baiyujing. A city has one of the top 10 caves, the Jade Emperor Cave, the second of the 36 caves, the Lingshou Cave, and the Axe Cave, and it also occupies 3 of the 72 blessed places. This is the only one in the entire White Jade capital, and even after reading several worlds, I can't find a second one. In the Qingming world, the mountains are the most fortunate. Heaven is divided into yin and yang, the universe is opened, the turbidity begins to be divided, the earth merges into Haida rivers, the sun, moon and stars are attached above, the spiritual energy is formed into the Yuezhan mountains, and the lower cave is a blessed land. Within the 14 prefectures, there is no such thing as the 5 sacred mountains, in all countries, but each state has a famous mountain with the name of town. Among them, the 4 major states including Yuzhou can also receive the Yu number, which is somewhat similar to the mountain. A Shangshu in the officialdom also leads the title of Taisher, and the rest of the 10 towns do not have the name of Yu, but only receive the town number, so the mountain is commonly known as the 4 towns Yu and 10 towns. For each Jinyue, the gods have built Jingshi governance offices, and the remaining 10 mountain kings are slightly lower. Today, the 2 deputy city lords, who were supposed to participate in the Yuqing Palace discussion, actually visited the thatched hut together. Hao Su could of course see that they were both yin and gods out of their bodies. For the great cause of Shinshao City and the inheritance of incense, this couple really worked hard. Sure enough, Wang Yi called him by his first name and said straight to the point, Hao Su, while Yuqing Palace has not yet discussed your identity arrangements, my wife and I are willing to recommend you as the city lord of Shinshao City. As long as you nod your head, we will be at Yuqing Palace. Bian's real body has the confidence to discuss this matter with the 2 headmasters. The entire Shinshao City's own patriarchal hall has already made a decision, and they all feel that it is feasible for Hao Su to be the city owner. Hao Su was also unambiguous, and shook his head directly, this kind of hot potato, don't eat it. For Jian Xiu, everything is virtual, only the realm is the most real. Hao Suji is pure swordsmanship in the 14 realms, and has nothing else to ask for. Hao Su said frankly, Shenshao City has a limited background. If I were to be the city owner of Green City, I might consider it. As the city lord over there, you can logically occupy one of the caves, open it up as a dojo, and practice swords with half the effort. In this city of Shenshao, which has only one blessed land, Hao Su doesn't think there is any benefit to being the city owner. Xiao Feibai smiled bitterly and was speechless. He glanced at the husband, and he was expected by you. The other party really didn't like a city of gods where a clever woman can't cook without rice. Beijing has 5 cities, Green City, Lingbao City, Nanhua City, Yushu City, and Shenshao City. Previously, because there were 9 more sword cultivators in Shenshao City, which had dropped and dropped again and again, finally rose 100 zhang in height. Only the degree of elevation was ignored in the majestic Baiyujing. But Shenshao City stopped the decline after all, which is more important than anything else. Although Qingcui City has been declining since the great headmaster stepped down as the city owner, the height of landing is the highest among the 5 cities, but it is better than the rich family. Complementary words. Compared with Shenshao City, it is like the former only has a small summer money, but the latter has a grain rain money, so it also spends a snow money. Who is more prosperous? The answer is obvious. Now the height of Shenshao City, after being surpassed by Yushu City, was already at the bottom. The problem is that it is only at the bottom of the 5 cities. In the past 500 years, it has been surpassed by the 2nd floor. If it goes on like this, Shenshao City will really not live up to its name. Just like some harsh words from the outside states, it is better to change its name to Shengxiala, and the ranking will be much better. Yao Kezhou, the old city owner, with the Taoist name Ancient Gu, has died and disappeared in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The old Taoist priest was also the master of Wang Yu and Xiao Feibai. There are more than 6,000 Taoist officials in the city. For nearly 1,000 years, there has not been a great Taoist official who dares to say that he must prove the qualifications of Taoism. Both Wang Xia and Xiao Feibai believed that they had no hope of entering the Ascension realm in this life. In this way, the next city owner of Shenshao City must have enough realm to be able to carry the beam, continue the incense for Shenshao City, and revive the Taoism. Hao Su clasped his fists and said, "I'm really sorry, I have a lot of trust." Wang Wei sighed. Disappointment was inevitable, but he still smiled and said, "I dare not force others to be difficult. It is already a great blessing for Mr. After the 2 deputy city lords and officials left, Hao Su smiled and said, "Dong Haitan, do you recognize the hidden officials so much?" Dong Huafu nodded and said, "I'm too lazy to use my brain, he thinks about everything, and Chen Pingan has a feeling that I can't tell, which is unusual." Hao Su asked, "Tell me about it." In fact, as a criminal, he didn't say a few words about Chen Pingan, who was a hidden officer for a long time. Dong Huafu hesitated for a moment, just talking about one feeling, such as walking on the road, even if I don't know you, but I can feel the qi in you, the deputy city lord Xiao Feibai even more, you just don't see it. It's easy to provoke, even if those fellow villagers are younger than me and have a lower level than me, but I can clearly feel the qi in them, which is getting heavier and heavier every day. Official style, literary popularity, arrogance to reject people thousands of miles, villain success, aggressive arrogance. In short, there are many, anyway. It is a vague feeling. Wang Xia may be an exception, so he is a bit like Chen Pingan. Hao Su was silent for a moment, then said one word, "Ping." Dong Huafu took a sip of wine, nodded and said, "That's the feeling, walking, talking, facial expressions, eyes, sitting down to drink. The feeling that Wang Xia gave me is that they are all plain, and they don't make people feel arrogant, nor the kind of indifference that has no desire and no desire. On the contrary, they are very popular, but no matter what their status, they are worthy. You cannot get along with such people, but it is difficult to hate them. The highest place in Baiyujing has no official name, commonly known as Shangqing Pavilion. Daozu occasionally preached here. As a rule, except for the 3 headmasters, as well as the younger disciple, the Taoist priest, Shan Qing, they are not allowed to set foot here without authorization. The Patriarch's Hall in Baiyujing is called Taiqing Hall. Apart from the Taoist Patriarch and the 3 headmasters, there are only portraits of Taoist officials in the Ascension realm of the past dynasties. However, Baiyujing's Zhu Shitang was discussed in a fairy tower called Yuqing Palace, which belonged to a unique landscape and secret realm, and was not located in any city or building boundary. Today, a grand meeting is being held in the Yuqing Palace. Those who are qualified to participate in the discussion, in addition to the chief and deputy city lords and landlords of the 12th floor of the 5 cities, also specially invited some no official and light Tianxian Daoguan, who are very old and have very old qualifications. They have been full-time city lords and landlords for many years. A Yuqing Palace, as if hanging in the void. The clouds are blooming, and the Taoist officials are standing. To discuss matters behind closed doors, one of the agendas is that Headmaster Lu suggested that Jianxiu Haosu, who served as the guest of Xinshao City, deducted half of the merits of moving Mingyue Haocai to Qingming in advance. If Haosu is in the Qingming world in the future, Baiyujing will not be held accountable for killing an Ascension realm. As for Baiyujing, what should be done? As long as Haosu goes out, he will take revenge when he should. Baiyujing also ignored it. According to the rules of the Yuqing Palace, the Taoist officials could refute any of the will of the 3 headmasters, but today all the Taoists saw Headmaster Yu and didn't say anything, so they pushed the boat without refuting Headmaster Lu. But then Lu Chen added a sentence, and there was not so much silence in the council hall, and some Taoist priests sneered on the spot. It turned out that Zhang Jiaolu began to be confused again, and suggested that Haosu should be allowed to ask any Taoist priest for the sword in Baiyujing with the remaining half of his merits, but he should not be held accountable. Seeing that the situation was not right, Headmaster Lu became anxious. In fact, I found a few close friends, brothers, and seniors who believed that they had a good relationship in advance. All of them were agreed. Headmaster Lu personally came to the door and greeted them with anger. It is only said that Wang Dongji, the owner of Linlang Tower, had just treated Master Lu a cup of tea before he came to Yuqing Palace to discuss matters. Zhang Jiaolu spoke with spittle everywhere. He went through all kinds of hardships, dangers, and his life was hanging by a thread. Only then did he pick up the coral pen holder that was leaked from the wild Jade City. Today's business, what do I say? You Wang Dongji must not nod, give your brother a show. Relying on these unscrupulous guys, the posture is unreliable. It doesn't matter, Pin Dao still has a brother. Yu Dou looked at the younger brother of that talisman and finally spoke. In the 100 years that Lu Chen was in charge of Baiyujing, the guest of Xinshao City, Haosu, asked who the sword was with, and he deducted the remaining half of the merits and deductions from Lu Chen's side. Lu Chen immediately clarified, everyone, it's okay, it's just deducting the merits of Nanhua City, and the injustice has the first debt and the owner, whoever wants revenge in the future, still has to look for Haosu, thousands of thousands, don't come. Poor Daoist stubble. Mrs. Wei smiled and said, correct, just now, City Lord Lu made a mistake. It is to deduct the merits of teaching Lu Qin, not to deduct our Nanhua City, and it is necessary to distinguish between public and private. The other 2 deputy city lords of Nanhua City publicly agreed with Mrs. Wei, without giving any face to their own city lords. Zhang Jiaolu should be the city owner for this purpose. He really has nothing to say. This is called convincing the public and winning people's hearts. Lu Chen looked at Wang Yu, who shook his head. Lu Chen felt a little regretful. In fact, it was very suitable for Hao Su to be the lord of Shenshao City. But there was no way, Shenshao City couldn't give Hao Su the private dojo he wanted. As for Qingzui City, Hao Su should definitely not be in charge of this city. If Lu Chen dared to open his mouth, Yuqing Palace would be able to drown Headmaster Lu with saliva today. In addition, the number of deputy city masters is full, or it has always been a quota. Not in Baiyujing, even if Lu Chen had some ideas, he would not agree with senior brother Ye's temper. Otherwise, Hao Su would go to Qingzui City to be the deputy city lord, which would not be bad. Xiao Feibai used his eyes to signal to Master Lu to say something fair. No matter what Hao Su thinks, it is the decision of the Yuqing Palace when raw rice is cooked, and Hao Su is put on the shelves. Zhang Jiaolu actually yawned and began to close his eyes to rest. Today, in the Yuqing Palace, the oldest Taoist officials are of course Huang Jieshou, Peng Ding and the others in Baiyujing. However, there are also two youngest juniors, who are exceptionally involved in the discussion. They are too young. At this moment, they are in the Yuqing Palace, like a young blue crane standing on the blue sky. Several major events have happened in Baiyujing recently. First, 9 sword cultivators from the Great Wall of Sword Qi entered Shenshao City to refine their swords. It is said that one of them, a young sword cultivator named Dong, has excellent aptitude, and he is also a descendant of Dong's Sanging. Then there is Headmaster Yu, who has not accepted an apprentice for a long time. After 600 years, he finally accepted a direct disciple from Haoran world. Then there was Hao Su, the judge of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, who flew from the Bright Moon to Shenshao City, and settled here. It is said that Baiyujing is very likely to give away a city lord position. Jiang Yunxing, the gatekeeper of the Hanging Mountain in the past, was exceptionally promoted to be the lord of Green City as soon as he became an immortal. It is said that it is out of the ordinary, except that Jiang Yunxing has become the long history of Baiyujing. There are only a handful of people who are not the full-time city lord and landlord of the Ascension realm. And because of this matter, it directly bypassed the Yuqing Palace discussion, which belonged to the two headmasters Yu Dou and Lu Qin. Waves. Finally, it was Zhang Fenghai from Yushu City. On the day he left Yanxia Cave of Zhenyue Palace, he betrayed Baiyujing, chose to establish his own business, and found Runyafeng. An unknown Qi trainer, Lu Tai. This brand new sect that was born out of nowhere has only 6 members, which is enough to attract the attention of the 14 states of Qingming. It's only because of the cultivators in the genealogy. In addition to the hard work of one of the 10 newest warriors in the world, there is also one of the alternates, LV Bixia, a loose immortal. There is also the female patriarch of the Yongzhou Xianzhang school, who is said to have passed away long ago, and the teacher of the Taoist, Shiyun. Yuaning, once one of the 10 young candidates in the world, has 2 preachers, Lu Qi and Chao Group from Shiyu Fu Di. That's why it seems so strange that Lu Tai is the deputy suzerain, and he is also the chief worshipper. Outside Daoist officials, few people can make Baiyujing so hot. Zhang Fenghai is one of the few exceptions. Whenever Zhang Fenghai is mentioned, Baiyujing Daoist, regardless of his realm or his Dao lineage, is very sorry. After all, with Zhang Fenghai's aptitude for Taoism, it seems that there is no problem with being a Taoist ancestor. The key is that Baiyujing lost to Zhang Fenghai with this entry and exit. The city lord of Lingbao City, Peng Ding, whose name is Humble Heart, asked, "Where is that Lu Tai? How did he get mixed up with the traitor Zhang Fenghai?" Lu character, the old Taoist word is quite heavy. Lu Chen began to look at his eyes, nose, and heart. He was absent-minded and traveled thousands of miles. Could it be that all the people with the surname Lu have something to do with the poor? The two deputy city lords of Yushu City, Guijie and Shaoxiang, snorted coldly, while the other asked directly, "Dare to ask Pang City Lord, my junior brother Zhang Fenghai, why is he a traitor?" Pang Ding squinted his eyes and said with a smile, "Junior brother. Could it be that I remembered it wrongly? Zhang Fenghai just left the Baiyujing Taoist status, and still keeps the Yushu City Taoist ultimatum. Not long ago, the old Taoist priest who drank a jar of long live wine in the bright moonlight, Su Zujing held a whisk in his hand, and the judge of Yushu City, who is known to be soft-hearted and good-natured, sneered, 'Does Zhang Fenghai have a Yushu City Dao? It's none of your business in Lingbao City.' The master's close disciple, the younger brother Zhang Fenghai, is the biggest not of their brothers, no one." The old Taoist priest Huang Jieshou with the Taoist name Wei Ying, the former owner of Biyun Tower, even resigned as the palace owner of Jinhua Palace not long ago, so the old man no longer has a large set of keys on his waist. Huang Jieshou said, "One thing to say, Zhang Fenghai is not a traitor, he was sent out of Yanxia Cave by Daozu himself." Pang Ding was dumbfounded for a while. Accidentally hit a hard nail. Lu Qin applauded lightly but silently. "Letting you find trouble in the poor way, is it bad luck?" There was a blue cloud beside Zhang Jiaolu, empty. It was Shan Qing, a Taoist priest who was also a disciple of Taoist ancestors, but was unable to attend the discussion because he was far away from the colorful world. In fact, Baiyujing did not have a high opinion of this close disciple of the Taoist ancestor in private. Ning Yao would come to ask him about the sword unexpectedly, and he lost a mess, which can be described as a loss of face. Even if the opponent is the number one person in the colorful world, that Ning Yao, I don't expect you Shan Qing to win. As a disciple of Taoist ancestors, when did it become so bad? Can he really become the future headmaster of Baiyujing? In addition, Jiang Yunxing, the new city owner of Green City, was also absent today. Afterwards, in the Yuqing Palace, the high-ranking Taoist officials threw a question to the two headmasters. An old woman, the deputy owner of the Ziki building, was the first to ask, "Do you want to interrupt the grand ceremony of the Yufu dynasty in Yongzhou, or to block the divination result afterward?" Although Yongzhou is the smallest of the 14 states, there is a mountain top at the bottom of the water in Dadu on the border. If the dynasty occupying the shrine of the underwater mountain, if it builds the highest standard altar, it only needs to chop the branches of the camphor tree to check the good and bad luck of the 4 states. Not long ago, the Empress Zhu Xian built a grand ceremony to worship as many as 3,600 gods, and she personally served as the main priest. The camphor tree naturally divides its branches in 4 directions, which just point to the 4 states including Yongzhou and Peizhou. In the temple of O God, there is a sacred soldier of the Yufu dynasty, the name of the gun is Broken Array. The reason why the Yufu dynasty has been able to stand in Yongzhou for a long time is largely due to this magical weapon recorded by Baiyujing, because it is a token of love presented by Wuzhou to the founding emperor of Yufuzhou. So who would dare to covet this? If Lu Chen was in charge of Baiyujing, he would persuade the young empress not to act impulsively, no matter how unreasonable. But the problem is that now it is the senior brother Yudo who is in charge of the world. Therefore, Lu Qin could only persuade the internal affairs of the Yufu dynasty, but could not stop it. So the last time I went to the Lotus Temple in person, the teacher was unknown and could only return without success. The key point is that there is a huge secret hidden in the Temple of the Lotus God, and Baiyujing is naturally aware of this, because this is the handwriting of the Taoist ancestors. The reason why a mountain shrine was built on the bottom of the water is turbulent for thousands of years, and constantly scoured the temple, belongs to the suppression of the martial arts by the water transport of Dadu. It's just because in that Lotus Temple, in addition to enshrining a famous gun to break the formation, it also suppressed one of the former joint cuts. For 10,000 years, the lotus root has been broken, like a giant spirit holding an object, imprisoning the unruly magic weapon for a long time. The headmaster Yudo said indifferently, Fish Fu Zhu's creation of the grand ceremony is in line with the rules, and Bai Yujing doesn't need to be concerned. Since the headmaster said so, the Dao officials did not have any objection. The second question in the Yuqing Palace discussion, since that two friends' place is a magical weapon that is an ancient relic, she can refine this thing to improve her Taoism. Can Bai Yunlu give her that pair of weapons? The armor that has been banned for many years. To attract her as the chief guest officer of Bian Tower. In this way, there is a guest officer Hao Su who is a sword cultivator in the Ascension realm in Shenshao City, and there are still 14 realm Wuzhou as the chief guest officer in Bian Tower. Before the seasoned and prudent Daoist could finish the matter, Yudo had already said, Wuzhou has offered to offer this pair of Bai Yunlu armor in exchange for her willingness to serve as the deputy owner of Bai Yunlu. I have already know. There is no need to discuss this matter any further. The Yuqing Palace was silent for a moment. Lu Chen sighed softly. Just know. The female crown Wuzhou can no longer be described as a genius among geniuses. Her existence has overshadowed all the Taoist officials in the world at the same time. Qualification, talent, chance, character, achievement. Wuzhou was the best in the world back then. She was born in a small Taoist temple. With the help of several most ordinary Taoist books and a few master-inheriting formulas, she was already in the Jade Pure realm when she was a young girl, and on the way to go out to practice, she was awarded the title of the 12 high-ranking gods in ancient times. Part of the key heritage of a founder. After that, Wuzhou made rapid progress on the road of cultivation. Because of this supernatural ability, she could both refine things and break through the realm, and she eventually became the #1 refiner in the world. In the past 600 years, Wuzhou's own half-immortal soldiers forged treasures, which she regarded as defective and gave away, sold at a low price, or even left it somewhere, was recorded by Bai Yujing. There are as many as 16. Bai Yujing neither interfered in the affairs of the Yufu dynasty, nor did he attract the old dojo to be located in Wuzhou in Yongzhou, which meant that it was a foregone conclusion that Zhu Xian split the camphor and fortune-telling in the 4 states. For a time, the atmosphere in the Yuqing Palace was a little dignified. Lu Chen said, then continued the discussion. How to deal with that Late Moon Peak? Zuanduguan Sunhuai Zhong, Daifishan Gaogu, Qingshan Dynasty Yao Qing, have the 3 of them entered the 14th realm? The Great Chao sect and Liangjing Mountain, in the territory of Yinzhou, arbitrarily built a large formation of crepe myrtle, and tampered with the customs of a state. Is it in line with the rules? The results of the selection of 10 people in the world and 10 candidates are extremely strange. Is it possible that Bingjishan Longsanpu is stirring up the water? Has Hongnong Yang of Yuzhou participated in it? Sort of coming Chapter 1195. Chapter 1195 Today, Yushan, there is a visitor. 1 man and 1 woman, the woman is the newest master of the top 10 martial artists, Gu Yanga of Yuzhou Pipa Peak. Lin Jiangxians for direct disciples, 2 and on 2 mountain tops. The eldest disciple, Zhao Hechong. Now Yashan is really in charge of this long-established martial artist. The second apprentice, Qi Huajian, was honored by the mountain as Mrs. Qi. She was a plump and charming woman, and she was also the limit. A certain Zhu from Ruzhou and Zhangjiaolu, a close friend, praised Mrs. Qi as sweet and cold, respectively. In addition, there is Zong Xuachuan, and his younger disciple Song Yu, who are now very young warriors on the top of the mountain. According to outside rumors, the reason why the eldest disciple Zhao Hechong did not make it to the list is because Master Lin once reminded Bing Jishan in advance that if his eldest disciple was on the list, Bing Shishan Wufu would not have to be on the list in the future. Of course, this assertion has not been proven, nor can it be verified. The key point is that Lin Zhongxian only accepted these 4 apprentices, and as a result, everyone became a talented person, and they all became martial arts giants. To say that Yuan He, the previous master of Xuandeguan, with the Taoist name Qing Yuan, this person's aptitude for accepting disciples is indeed enviable. But Yuan He's direct disciples, before Wang Sun and Sun Huaizhong, had several groups of direct descendants, and they were added together one after another, and there were nearly 20 people. And Lin Zhongxian took in 4 martial arts prodigies in just a short period of time. Therefore, some people laughed and said that if Master Lin was more diligent in accepting his apprentices, that soldier Jishan would cry and become poor, or if a state accepted a direct disciple, they would first learn boxing with Master Lin for 20 or 30 years, and then return to their hometown to establish the Yashan branch. If you are not careful, it will be the pattern of the world's martial arts, half in Yashan. This is the consensus. It's just this kind of words, don't talk nonsense, everyone knows it well. One of the visitors, Gu Yang'e, was in a fight with Song Yu in Yashan. In fact, they were 1 level apart, and the question was also proposed by Song Yu. 2 female martial arts masters, a closed-door question and box competition. Of course, it's not the kind of life and death. A senior on the mountain who came here with Gu Yang'e as a guest, sitting cross-legged on the futon at the moment, with a youthful appearance, extremely handsome, twisted a folding fan in his hand, nodded in admiration and said, "The female master, when you fight, it is just beautiful. It's really pleasing to the eye." Taoist cultivation relies on self-enlightenment by mind, 1 opening to 100 openings, and enlightenment. Wufu's ascension really depends on a diligent and down-to-earth person, relying on hard work. Whether or not Mr. Lin, his friend, is in Yashan is of little importance to Zhu. As long as Mrs. Qi and Miss Song are present, it is enough. One is not for nothing, and both are earned. On the Yashan side, the 4 direct disciples of Master Lin, together with the younger disciple Song Yu, 2 men and 2 women, were outstanding. Gu Yang's punches were light, and Song Yu's punches were heavy, and someone Zhu couldn't take his eyes off of them. The big cultivator has good eyesight. Every time the 2 women get hands on hands, the undulating scenery like water ripples is especially moving. When they tacitly agreed, they exchanged a pure infuriating gap. He was finally willing to turn his head and say to Mrs. Qi, "I'm on a long trip, passing by the Qingshan dynasty, and Yixiang is not there." Bai O still admires Master Lin very much. After all, no matter how many beauties there are in the world, they can only be divided into 2 factions. The moving water is as quiet as a mountain, and Mrs. Qi is just sitting there, with exquisite curves and undulating peaks and mountains, which are extremely beautiful. In the face of someone Zhu's speechlessness, Mrs. Qi just nodded and didn't speak. The other party's nonsense is a little more, and she will use the killer, just call the Taoist priest's real name. There are 10 people in the world who have been evaluated once in 100 years, and the selection of the abbot of this list is made by the Yongzhou Xianzhang faction. As for the martial arts evaluation of the first time in Jiazi, Shishan, a neighbor of the Xianzhang faction, was in charge. Among them, the top 10 people in the world who have been evaluated once in 100 years are easy to say. The next few, because of the Taoism of being selected as a monk, do not care whether they are ranked high or low. The selection above is the most likely to cause external disputes, so the Immortal Staff sect used a tricky method, often on the top of the 10th tail, to select several candidates, ranging in number, as many as 5, as few as 2 or 3. Generally speaking, as long as this 11th is convincing enough, the saliva on the mountain will be small. As a result, for about 1,000 years, there has been an unsuspenseful oil bottle. This Taoist priest is from Ruzhou. According to legend, every time the list is released, the Taoist priests will go to Xuandeguan for a drink, and when they meet, they will talk about their hard work and express their sincerity to each other. One is the 5th in the world, the other is the 11th, and Sun Guanzhu is also the leader of the Taoist sword immortal line in the world. This Taoist priest happens to be also a sword cultivator. It is also thanks to this great cultivator that he is good at talking, has a good temper, and has a vast number of Taoist names. The name of the flying sword is Do Kai. Yi Gaosher, his apprentices also accepted, but he did not establish a school. However, I have compiled several monographs that are highly suspected of not doing proper work, specifically explaining the academic approach of ferry boats and yujin. The books are full of uncommon terms that confuse cheap practitioners other than artists, such as what small radius turns, the size of the angle of attack, the central axis, the flow rate of the airflow distribution in the cloud layer. The monk has a strange name, so he is called Zhu someone. He had given himself a lot of Dao names, no less than 20, of course Bai Yujing didn't recognize them. Taoist priests like the idle cloud and wild cranes like to travel to various states in their life, and they are not the kind of permanent residents who do not move their nests for a long time. They will stay in a state territory for a short period of a year or 100 years, and collect a number of direct disciples locally. Look at your own eyes, and then look at the other's aptitude. And he would keep his name incognito every time, changing the Taoist name, and every new Taoist number was extremely immortal. In fact, Zhu someone is just his self-proclaimed name. Because of his real name, he has not been called very much, so that today's young monks mistakenly think that he is called this name, and his real name is impossible to ask. The first person in Ruzhou is the mountain warrior Lin Zhongxian. There is no suspense. In the early years, there were 10 people in the world, and the 3 headmasters of Bai Yujing had already occupied 3 places, but there were 14 states in the Qingming world, and they could only compete for the remaining 7 places. Fortunately, it was evenly distributed. It happens that the 2 states are divided into 1 person. Because of the fact that there was a Lin Shi in Ruzhou, Zhu, who was the first person on the mountain in Ruzhou, became more and more eclipsed. Fortunately, someone Zhu never cared about this kind of thing, and it was not the kind of helpless resignation, but the false name that he was really bad. Zhu is a member of the royal family of Rusia's second largest dynasty, but he is friends with the founding emperor and current monarch of the Qi Jin dynasty, an anonymous guest in Yashan, and a close friend with Lin Zhongxian at first sight. I am afraid this is also an important reason why Ruzhou has been so peaceful in the past 200 years. The 2 largest dynasties are in peace with each other, and there is harmony up and down the mountain. Zhu and Lin Zhongxian are not the same kind of beautiful men. This ascension cultivator, who has never won a fight and is famous for his all-lose record, has a feminine appearance, unparalleled beauty, and a pair of phoenix eyes. As if born with affection. Lin Jiangxian's green shirt fell on the edge of the martial arts field, and Gu Yang'e and Song Yu stopped punching almost at the same time. Lin Zhongxian said, "This kind of question boxing is of no benefit. It's just a routine. Gu Yang'e doesn't have to press the situation, and Song Yu shouldn't hide it. Question boxing is not a joke." Zhu someone caressed his palm and smiled, "Right." Grandmaster asked Quan, not to mention any injuries or anything, but to say that he had a fight, and his clothes were a little disheveled, showing a little here, but not completely covering the other side, which is always reasonable. Zhao Haichong and Mrs. Qi were about to get up to make way for their master. Lin Zhongxian waved his hand and just sat beside Zhu at will. Someone Zhu said with a smile, "It's rare for Master Lin not to stay in Yashan." Lin Zhongxian laughed it off. Zhu, someone considered himself to have 2 best friends, Lin Shi from the Qi Jin dynasty, and Yaxiang from the Qingshan dynasty. One is that distant relatives are not as good as close neighbors, and the other is that they have similar tastes, and each has led the way for 1,000 years. If you want to take a Dao name that has never been used by predecessors and is unconventional, people today have suffered a big loss. In fact, it is very difficult, very difficult. I have to admit that Bai Yujing manages both strictly and leniently, especially the existence of the second Taoist, which makes the peaceful years in the Qingming world, especially the stability of the countries under the mountains, not to mention the wild world. Even the world of Haoran and the Buddhist kingdoms of the West cannot be compared with the world of Qingming. 14 states in the world, secular dynasties and countries big and small, almost all the big battles are in Seize the Time. At the end of Bai Yujing's second headmaster Yu Dou's about to step down as headmaster, he began to plan, arrange, and deploy troops and horses. The food and grass are not used first, and then the hands that have been moved in the 100 years when Lu Qin was in charge of Bai Yujing, when the big headmaster takes over Bai Yujing, basically the battle that should be fought is over, and it is just time to recuperate. Occasionally border conflicts, a country is divided in the last few years, the two sides will reach a tacit understanding, just because Yu Dou is about to take charge of Bai Yujing again. In history, there are also some big dynasties that have been red-eyed. No matter what, without exception, a pot of cold water from Bai Yujing will be poured down. The so-called cold water may be a majestic rainstorm of spells, and of course it may be a rain of swords in the Ziki building. Only the cultivators at the top of the mountain know the hidden and far-reaching intentions of Bai Yujing. The 12th floor of the 5 cities, especially the lineage of Yu Dou, is to restrict the vigorous development of that military family to a certain extent. In any case, since the world is generally peaceful, and the rules set by Bai Yujing are heavy, then there are naturally many Qi trainers who can be called Xianyun Yeha. Anyway, don't be too intriguing, spend time on poetry, lyrics, music, qin, chess, calligraphy, painting and calligraphy. If you are very quiet, you can travel around the world and leave a series of legends and fairy tales at the foot of the mountain. For example, one of Zhu's Taoist nicknames is Wolfbing. He didn't realize how elegant it was at first, but when he heard the phrase, "I realized that there is nothing in my heart, the little fish jumped out of the green pine," I suddenly felt that the meaning was very different. Many cultivators suddenly realized that it was really useful for those who learn Taoism to know a little bit of poetry and songs, and to read a few miscellaneous books. There are many confidants in the immortal mansion on the mountain and in the rivers and lakes under the mountain. There is one more thing, Bai Yujing's third headmaster always felt that he and Someone Zhu were very good friends. But Someone Zhu, for so many years, has been trying his best to distance himself from Headmaster Lu of Bai Yujing. He almost always says to everyone that I really don't know Headmaster Lu and I just know each other. Friends can't do anything right when they say it, let alone say anything. A close friend. The result was counterproductive. The more he explained, the more confused the account was, and Zhu was almost forced to report to the world through Shanshuidi, and he didn't know Lu Qin at all. This is really not Someone Zhu's hypocritical, it's really the reputation of the headmaster Lu. Just to say one thing, Xuanduguan declared to the public that as long as he was a friend of Headmaster Lu, he must be a distinguished guest of our Xuanduguan. Someone Zhu said with a smile, Ma Zhu Xian, the eldest disciple of Pei Cup, has already fallen not long ago. Lin Zhongxian just thought it was an interesting story. It's like an adult with extremely wealthy money and an unfathomable family. Hearing that a certain child from the next-door neighbor's house is very successful, earns money, buys a family business, or fights with people outside, and comes home with a bruised face. Of course you have heard it. The eldest disciple Zhao Ku on the side asked doubtfully, how did Senior get the news? Someone Zhu smiled and said, don't worry about it, the mountain man has his own plan. There are generally only 3 ways for the monks in the Qingming world to learn about the personnel affairs of the other world. The 5 cities and 12 floors each have their own style and characteristics. Comparatively speaking, Nanhua City and Shenshao City place more emphasis on the news from Haorantianxia, while the cities and buildings belonging to Yudo's lineage place more emphasis on the wild. For example, Upside Down Mountain, which used to be connected to the Great Wall of Sword Chi, is an excellent source of news. Baiyujing will pick out some relatively important news and tell the world. Then, through a trip across the world similar to Zuandugwan Sunhuizhong, he returned to his hometown and brought back some inside information. But it has always been a mystery how many ascension realms there are among the mountain cultivators in the Qingming world today, who are in a foreign land. I am afraid that except for the 3 headmasters of Baiyujing, no one dares to say what they know. The last type, relatively hidden and with many restrictions, is Baiyujing's 3-lineage Taoist lineage, the Xiaozong built in the vast world, the Taoist heavenly monarchs who are more difficult to meet than to ascend to the sky. Respect the incense through the Patriarch's Hall, and at least mention a few, incidentally, things that do not violate the prohibition and do not go beyond the rules. But almost all Howran heavenly monarchs in Taoist high sects will be extremely cautious in this matter and will not dare to reveal too many secrets. Furthermore, once some secrets that are considered taboo by Confucianism are revealed, won't the Zhongtu Confucian Temple really pursue it? Yasheng, Su Zi, Lu Qi, and Chao Group, who have returned home from Qingming world, are all just cultivators Howran who have come to the fore. In history, it is not that there is no such kind of Taoist sect, so it has been quietly silent in the vast world. This is still a deliberate attempt by the Confucian Temple to save some face for Baiyujing. Just say that Yasheng, who has just entered the Confucian Temple a few years ago, once replaced the Confucian Temple and personally held a Taoist temple affiliated to Baiyujing Yudo in Lixiazu. When Yasheng arrived at the gate of the mountain, there was no nonsense at all. Half a sentence, remove the plaque, go to the Zushi Hall, and call all the Taoist priests who have seats in the Zushi Hall. Outsiders don't know what they talked about. Anyway, it turned a huge Taoist temple with a lot of incense into it overnight. The forbidden land that was forced to close the mountain. It is said that until Baiyujing receives and guides the entire Taoist temple and Taoist priests to go to the Qingming world, they are not allowed to go down the mountain as Taoist priests. It's up to you to vote for another door, and the Confucian Temple won't care anymore. Of course, if anyone has the face to try to break away from Taoism first, make small calculations, and think that one day, they will restore the Taoist ultimatum of the Baiyujing lineage, and the Confucian Temple will not stop it. Just because of the temperament of Yudo, the ancestor of this lineage, the Taoist priest dares to do such a thing, and the fate of it can be imagined. As a result, this Taoist temple, which has completely cut off the incense, is still a state where Taoist priests can only go out. From the original more than 800 Taoist priests, it has become less than 30 people today, and they are still insisting. There is a gossip that is only discussed in private on the top of the mountain. It is not that the second child did not think about it. He planned to take back the mountain Taoist temple in addition to the upside-down mountain with the largest mountain character under the sky, but this is the case. I need to deal with the Howran Confucian Temple. Then there was no plaque at the foot of the Taoist temple, and there was a Confucian temple to accompany the sages, and the most amazing thing is that this Confucian temple sage who has not appeared in the world for a long time is not only the direct disciple of the most holy master, but also the most respected. One of the disciples. However, this kind of secret matter that is definitely undocumented and cannot be verified as true or false, can only be used as an appetizer on the wine table. Without the slightest doubt, the earliest news must have come from Dao Chang's Sunday. If someone goes to research something with Dao Chang's son, it must be the same sentence. Don't talk nonsense. Pindao never speaks behind their backs and chews their tongues. Zhong Shuiqin made no secret of his gloating, he smiled and said, "How did Ma Zhuangxian fall? It's not like walking with a broken foot, right?" Pei Cup, known as the women's martial god, has 4 disciples, Ma Zuanxian, Dou Fanxia, Liao Qingai, and Chao Xiai. As for the distinction between named and personally passed disciples, no matter how Pei Bei calculates it, the outside world regards their master and apprentice as a lineage of boxing. The four pure warriors are one end, one mountaintop complete, and two far-flung bottlenecks. If there is no major accident, except for Chao Ci, since the other three people are consummation or bottlenecks, maybe it will take a few years of hard work, and they will be two ends, two mountain tops. In this way, the two ends and two mountains taught by Master Lin is inevitably inferior. After all, among the disciples of Pei Cup, there is also Chao Ci. Zhu someone earnestly persuaded, Brother Zong, your bad habit of laughing, you can change it if you can. Usually only villains in books can laugh like this. Qi Huajian smiled sweetly and said, Senior, don't give a shit. The beauty asked, and Zhu someone immediately smiled and said, it was Chen Yingguan who came to the door. As for the specific reason, the outside world does not know, anyway, it was just a fight, and Ma Zhuangxian was unable to fight back. Well, just follow your master is almost the same as a martial artist from the same border. It's a pity that this fight was relatively secretive and not well known enough. Chen Yingguan didn't publicize it, and Ma Zuanxin certainly wouldn't talk about it. Since both parties didn't talk about it, the outside world, of course, relies on guesswork. In the next battle between Green and White, including Bai O, you all seem to be optimistic about Chao Ci, but I am different. Zong Shuaqin said sourly, Senior Sister Qi keeps talking about that Chao Ci all day long. Anything is good. I really don't believe it. Is there really such a perfect person in the world with flawless martial skills, morality, and demeanor? There were only 3 members of the same family, but as a result, Senior Sister and Junior Sister were both optimistic about Chao Ci. The younger Junior Sister was okay. She looked at martial arts fists with pure martial arts. Sister Qi was good, and she looked at her face. In Gongdaland, the Confucian temple, 2 people of the same age had a green and white battle in front of everyone's eyes. On the Qingming world side, although there are hearsays, the mountainside has the view of the mountainside, and the mountaintop has the view of the mountaintop. At the top of the mountain, they were divided into 2 groups, each with their own opinions. Some cultivators felt that Chao Ci would be the best in the world, leaving a large distance in martial arts from Chen Pingan behind him, and a small number of cultivators felt that Chen Pingan had a chance to come out on top, catching up with Chao Ci and entering the 11th realm earlier. Someone Zhu lost a look at Zong Shuaqin, we both have the same taste. Zong Shuaqin grinned, his white teeth thick. Zhu has a lot of witty quotes, which are widely circulated. For example, some people will sigh with embarrassment when they see the favorite fairy married as a woman, but it is a pity that they are married. Someone Zhu comforted, wouldn't it be better to marry someone? There are also a lot of dirty words like one fight two, never lost. Of course, someone Zhu would deny it time and time again, no, I never said such a thing. Zong Shuaqin glanced at Zhu, he couldn't help but gather his voice and whispered with Qi Hua, Senior Sister, take it easy, this guy is full of bad water, it hasn't been a day or 2 since he hit you, he's another one to mention it. The master who turns his face on the waistband of his trousers has a lot of confidence, too many to count. Someone Zhu's expression changed slightly, I regard you as my good brother, do you regard your brother as a certificate of honor? A question box with no suspense. Gu Yang'e is one of the top 10 people in the world of martial arts critics. He doesn't overwhelm the realm, and he fights Song Yu who is still in the mountain realm. If there is still suspense, it will be strange. After the master spoke, Song Yu did not dare anyone to keep any reservations. It's a pity that there is still a clear gap with Gu Yang'e. Song Yu, whose skills are not as good as others, was finally punched in the heart by Gu Yang'e, and his figure slipped out several meters. Stepping on the ground, he was on the verge of falling. Song Yu wanted to clasp his fists in return, but all of a sudden the 7 apertures bleed, but he couldn't say a word, and it was difficult to raise his arms. Mrs. Chi said with an angry smile, "This girl, she has lost even if she loses, how dare she try to be strong, I'm really not afraid of the sequelae." Zhao Hechong said, "There's still half a punch." Standing in the center of the martial arts field, the heroic Gu Yanghe took a deep breath and stretched out his hand to wrap the braid behind him in front of him. In an instant, Song Yu collapsed to the ground. The Wufu Jinqi that was left in Song Yu's body suddenly collided in several key meridians, causing Song Yu to faint on the spot. Zhong Shuaqin was a little shocked. Does this mean that as long as Gu Yang's fist gets on his body, hidden dangers are buried in the body of the martial artist who was asked about the fist? If Gu Yanghe kills the killer, wouldn't the body of the junior sister be like a firecracker? Zhu's thinking is always different from that of ordinary people. Looking at the braid hanging in front of Gu Yanghe, it is like a stream flowing between the opposing peaks. This is the uniqueness of Gu Yang's boxing skills. Her ancestors were born as subordinate officials for generations. In addition to inheriting family education, as long as there is a battlefield, she runs wherever she goes. Gu Yanghe is also good at vipassana. At a young age, he subdivided the human bodice bones and meridians into mountains, water systems, and Chifu as lakes, naming them separately and forming their own system. Therefore, in the opinion of Zhu, this is the master of martial arts who has really stepped out of his own way. As for the masters of Bing Jishan, Qi Guan and Yu Yu, who are also on the list, they rely more on the inheritance and talent of their teachers, and they are closely matched with Gu Yan of Pipa Peak. The gap between the songs is not in the 1 or 2 rankings, but in the high level of the road of martial arts, and more in the depth of research on martial arts. Gu Yanghe clasped his fists and said, "How much offense?" According to someone from Zhu, Master Lin pays the most attention to etiquette and fairness. You go to Yashan to teach Song Yu a boxing session. If you are a master, you will definitely return the courtesy. Lin Zhongxian smiled and said, "In the next question boxing, change the method." Gu Yanghe teamed up with Qi Huajian, Zhao Hechong and Zhong Shuaqin teamed up, and the one who fell down would be considered a loser. Among the 4, only Zhong Shuaqin was a warrior at the top of the mountain. So Gu Yanghe frowned slightly. Didn't he join forces with Zhong Shuaqin? Does this mean that Zhao Hechong's boxing is higher than his own? Someone Zhu clapped his hands and laughed. Okay, it's really a once-in-century martial arts grand occasion. Mrs. Chi stood up and instantly looked like 2 people. She made a fist with one hand and gently twisted her knuckles. Zhao Hechong looked as usual, first clasped his fists to salute his master, and then walked slowly to the martial arts arena. Zhong Shuachuan interlaced his hands and fingers, turned his neck, and said with a smile, "Senior Sister Chi, the opportunity is rare, we agreed in advance, punching and kicking can be done anywhere, just don't hit your descendants." Mrs. Chi smiled and said, "It's easy to say. Junior brother's wedding wine is always something to drink." She first wakes up her junior sister Song Yu, who has fallen to the ground. In fact, it is a fist that shakes away the aftertaste of Gu Yang's fist. Then she puts her fingers together and beats Song Yu everywhere, making those sounds like strings of a violin. The fine fists scattered all over the body of the junior sister were expelled to some unimportant mountain water currents. Next, how to deal with these chaotic ministers and thieves, it was up to Song Yu to adjust his breath. Song Yu's face was snow white, and he staggered back to his original position. Someone Zhu hurriedly said, "Miss Song actually doesn't lose much, especially the few punches you created, but you just lost in the realm." Song Yu turned a deaf ear. Lin Zhongxian glanced at the little disciple. Song Yu immediately clasped a fist with someone Zhu in a salute. Lin Jiangxian said, look at the boxing with your heart first. Then when you are recovering, think more about it and figure out where you lost. If you don't understand, go to ask Gu Yanghe for advice. After 3 days, you will ask Xiao Hechong about boxing. In one, the identities are exchanged, and you come to imitate Gu Yang's boxing moves. Song Yu said obediently, Master, I understand. Zhu Sun was so envious that he could not receive such a sensible disciple. Song Yu's greatest aptitude for martial arts is stealing. If you put it nicely, it is to imitate the moves of other masters and even fist intent. Lin Jiangxian said, before going down the mountain, I told you to pay attention to 3 kinds of people: the ordinary master who has never learned boxing, the disciple from the outside world who has just learned boxing, and the martial artist who has achieved little in boxing. Do you have any experience? Song Yu said with a guilty conscience, Master, I've read it very carefully, but I haven't figured out any way. Lin Jiangxian said, the vulgar master, the whole body, the muscles are stiff. In the words of the boxing master, it is a hard support when walking, because the vulgar chi turbidity cannot be separated from the turbidity, so the breath is chaotic, the body refining realm of beginner boxing, and then to the chi refining realm, the turbid chi turns clear and becomes softer, which is similar to the pursuit of immortality by chi practitioners, seeking a lightweight flying lift. What is home learning, orally taught by heart? That's it. Seeing that Miss Song became more and more confused, Mr. Zhu was the worst at seeing a good-looking woman being wronged, so he had to take the initiative to remind him. The same is true, the feeling that Master Lin really wants you to remember is that Gu Yanghe has just hidden it on you. After the half-fist hit, the process of being paralyzed. This almost extreme posture stretch, even if it is forced, if Wufu can accurately capture it, and then continue to imitate it, besides asking people about punches, the whole person will being in this almost natural and mysterious state is an unknown benefit. It is similar to the return to basics of Qi practitioners. I am afraid this is also the biggest intention of Gu Yanghe to teach you boxing. Lin Jiangxian nodded. Mr. Zhu twisted the folding fan in his hand. Miss Song, you should also pay attention to what Master Lin calls a mass of chaos. This is a university question and a great realm. As for the specific knowledge, Mr. Zhu is not a pure martial artist after all, so I can't tell. I only know that Master Lin points out the boxing technique, and it has always been targeted. While Song Yu carefully observed the questioning process at the martial arts field, he had to listen carefully to the teacher's teachings and Zhu's suggestions. In the martial arts field, there are 4 well-deserved heaven's favored sons and masters of martial arts. In their rare questioning boxing next, Xiao Hechong was actually protecting Zhong Shuaqin. Gu Yanghe and Madame Qi were both masters of the same realm and friends for many years, and they cooperated seamlessly. Gu Yanghe, who occupies a Pipa Peak in Yuzhou but does not establish a sect, is the 8th person in the world of martial arts, 1 rank higher than Yu Yu, who is a soldier, and his real age is unknown. Shi and Lin Jiangxian's second disciple Qi Huajian met by chance. They have been friends for many years. Every time Mrs. Qi goes out for a long trip, she makes a special trip to Pipa Peak. Xiao Hechong felt that the reason why Senior Zhu came to Yashan as a guest was to help Gu Yanghe match up, to ask Master about boxing techniques, and to see the second and younger sisters by the way. Qi Huajian is a swordsman, and he has the same martial arts skills as Qi Gu, the martial artist of the Qingshan dynasty. So people often ridicule Qi Gu. Are you a distant relative of that Mrs. Qi? Qi Gu also echoed, I want to hug her thigh. A good-looking woman and a good-looking woman, if they walk together, are mostly subtraction. But if it is an addition, it means that these 2 good-looking women are really good-looking. On the martial arts field, poor Zhong Shuaqin complained so much that he couldn't remember how many times he was beaten with a knife by senior sister Qi. In addition, the elder brother Zhao Hechong punched him from time to time to help Zhong Xuechuan break up Gu Yang's hidden fist intent in time. Someone Zhu commented, "Brother Zhong can do it. It looks like a 3-in-1. One person in the top of the mountain can actually pick up 3 out of the 3. It is also a good talk to spread it out." Zhao Hechong stretched out his hand to hold the side of Zhong Xueqi's head. The latter flew out instantly. Zhao Hechong exchanged punches with Qi Hua, and then Gu Yanghe used to make a strange sword, stabbed Zhao Hechong's neck shuai to point. It can be regarded as helping Zhong Xuechuan to prevent disasters. This acupoint is quite crucial. It is called shuishiandi in martial arts, and it is known as saoshimin. It means that the real qi of the earth is like water surging and transpiring in the sky. It is a border between heaven and earth, and it is used as an opening and closing mechanism, but Zhao Hechong does not know what kind of boxing secret technique was used. It seemed to be able to separate out a majestic pure infuriating energy, and in an instant, the vision of qi and blood that was boiled and then frozen was forcibly suppressed, and the infuriating path returned to smoothness. Just now, he and Qi Hua exchanged punches. As for the situ acupoint of his arm that was rubbed by her fist, Zhao Hechong clenched his teeth a little. The side face of Qi Huajian, who retreated, hit the second junior sister's head, and Qi Huajian's eyeballs were instantly covered with bloodshot, and blue veins burst out on her forehead. Fortunately, this time was not in vain. Gu Yanghe still used his to form a sword finger, and he shot very quickly. He tapped Zhao Hechong's back successively at the Shinto, Lingtai, and Jiang 3 places, from top to bottom. Big, like a Taoist temple ringing a bell. Outsider Zhong Xueqin's scalp is numb. Gu Yanghe really can do it. In exchange for having suffered these points a few times, he must not fall directly. In fact, it was Zhao Hechong who was really 1-3. Because according to Master Lin's rules, his younger brother Zhong Xueqi was a burden, and would only make Zhao He throw punches and beat his hands and feet. Of course, Zhao Hechong can bet. Before Gu Yanghe or Qi Huajian beat Zhong Xueqian, he will defeat one earlier and faster, but the problem is that they are both martial artists and have a good heart. The two sides cooperate very well, especially as a swordsman. Junior sister Qi has a tough physique and is different from ordinary people. Even Zhao Hechong would not dare to say that his physique must be more stable than Qi Huajian. Of course, the most important reason is that this competition is really just a competition. The final result was that Zhao Hechong was knocked to the ground by Gu Yanghe and Qi Huajian. He lost, but there was no embarrassment. Zhao Hechong's breath was still calm, and he reached out to pat the ground and stood up. On the contrary, Zhong Xueqin only felt that the whole person was about to fall apart. Lin Zhangxian nodded and said, "Okay." The 4 of them returned to their seats, and Gu Yanghe reached out and gently held the braid hanging in front of him, adjusting his breathing. She glanced at Zhao Hechong, worthy of being the first disciple of Master Lin. Qi Huajian stretched out his hand to straighten his temples, hair and clothes. Just now, senior brother Zhao had a few punches, and he really didn't care about his friendship. Zhong Xueyu grinned, and his fame was ruined. It is estimated that he will be ridiculed by Song Junior's sister for the next whole year. Song Yu's eyes shone brightly. "It's a pity that I can't see this peak questioning boxing with my own eyes." Regarding the rumors about Chao Ci, she had already heard calluses in her ears. Coupled with the famous young hidden official, this is good, and there is one more peer who can be an opponent. It's not an opponent anymore, it's the object she must surpass in her life. After all, I heard that they have all reached the level of the end. She couldn't imagine that 2 warriors of the same age as herself could have such a high level and such a magnificent boxing technique. Gu Yanghe nodded. She confessed that she had asked Chao Ci about boxing, and she would definitely lose. But Qin Pin gone, who has lost several fights to Chao Ci, can she always give it a try? Mrs. Chi's voice is naturally charming and has a unique softness, and she said softly, after all, Chao Ci is more beautiful. Zhao Hechong said with a smile, Chao Ci's boxing intention is neutral and peaceful, and it is impeccable. Just like Beta Shengjing Juzhong plays chess with others, there has never been an immortal hand. Wu Fu is a face-to-face enemy, and it is very hopeless to think about it, especially when he is older. The same-level martial artist, who goes down all the way down to the sub-chess, is really desperate and boring, and he is destined to not learn the magic of Chao Ci's boxing. On the other hand, Chen Pingan, his boxing skills can be described as consummate. He integrates the strengths of various masters and hundreds of schools, and he eats 100 schools of food all the way. It is not easy to be able to cast a furnace. If there are two opportunities to ask boxing at the same time, but you have to choose one of the two, then I will definitely choose Chao Ci. Song Yu wondered, eldest brother, why is this? Zhao Hechong smiled and said, if you lose to Chao Ci, if you lose, you will lose. If you don't learn anything, you won't be able to learn. It's not a shame to lose to him. But if you have a real fight with Chen Pingan, whether you win or lose, you will lose a lot. Why do you lose money? Others don't understand, but junior sister Song, you don't understand. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Chen Pingan and Chao Ci asked about boxing, and they lost more than one game. Song Yu gave his senior brother a blank look. Someone Zhu asked curiously, Master Lin, what do you think? Who will be higher and who will be lower in the next 100 years? Lin Zhongxian said, after all, I haven't seen them before, so it's hard to comment. Someone Zhu changed the question, then who will win the next fight? Lin Zhongxian said, it's definitely still Chao Ci who wins. In fact, in Lin Jiangxian's opinion, if he only looks at the question boxing as a pure martial artist, I am afraid that Chen Pingan will not be able to surpass Chao Ci in his life. Whether it is the height of martial arts or the strength of boxing, Chen Pingan will always be half a position behind Chao Ci. At the end of the martial arts path, the status is the status of God. Zhu someone smiled and said, stable, stable. There is a don't lose game about Chao Ci in Haoran. In recent years, in Ruzhou, some people have also set up gambling games. Half of the reason for someone Zhu going out for this trip is for this matter. Anyway, I have nothing to do, and make some money to spend. In case the stove falls, it's fine. The gambling establishment is a certain ticket bank in Ruzhou. What does it have to do with me, Zhu? Someone Zhu remembered one incident and said, I saw Su Shuyuan on this long trip, and we drank flower wine together on the locked island in Luai's lake. There is an ancient state, Lu Xin, in the Qingming world, which is a giant lake with 4 islands, hence the name Little Four States, and 2 lake owners sit in it. One of them, Wang surnamed Tai, and Lei Yu, the female lake owner who is actually a Hu, delimited the boundary, each occupying half of the water. Wang and Lei Yu, these 2 very long Taoists, are one of the latest 10 candidates in the world. It's just that there is no conclusion about the name of the giant lake. The surname Wang named the 2 waters as Ganhu and Kunhu respectively. Lei Yu didn't care about the other party's territory, and only named his half of the giant lake Lei Zhe. Wang's personal dojo is located on Maoshan Island, and the ancestral hall was built on Tianqi Island. During his monastic life, he liked raising geese and lived on the banks of a river with peace of mind. Thunderstorm's dojo is located in Meifeng, and his summer residence is established in Longshan. Lin Zhongxian asked with a smile, how do you say it? Someone Zhu commented, a very interesting person. At that time, at the island locking banquet, in addition to the lake owner Lei Yu, there was also Yang Qing who was guarding the mountain pavilion. This guy Su Shuyuan clearly wanted to eat everything, and he didn't hide his heart. If Yang Qing is killed, he will be lucky. Zhong Shuiqin sneered. How dare you provoke Yang Qing, the mirage? Does this guy know whether to live or die? Song Yu asked curiously, how old are Su Mian and Su Yingyu? I heard that Su Shiyuan is less than 1,000 years old. Are they really siblings? Sister and brother, of course, that's true. Mr. Zhu lowered his voice and said, aren't you curious who their 3 parents are? Zhong Shuiqin said in a low voice, I just heard that their father was a great cultivator who briefly entered the 14th realm, and was taught a lesson by a headmaster in Baiyujing. Song Yu wondered, can the 14th realm still fall? Someone Zhu said with a heartfelt smile, I don't know if there is a fall, but I only know that this senior has great respect for the headmaster of Baiyujing, and always feels that the other 2 headmasters govern the world. The methods are too soft and the words ramble, just because the 2 headmasters are too talkative, that makes the Qingming world so unstoppable. Mrs. Qi smiled and said, no wonder the 2 daughters were named so. It turns out that this senior was holding his breath. Zhong Shuiqin said without restraint, and said carelessly, having given birth to 2 promising daughters, why is it that the son of Yupu who has practiced Taoism for nearly 1,000 years is born again? Is it more patriarchal than women? If you talk about the lucky ones of Hongfu Qitian, there are 4 recognized in the Qingming world. The Taoist priest, Shan Qing, who received apprentices on behalf of Lu Qin through the headmaster Lu Qin, ascended to the sky in 1 step and became a close disciple of the Taoist ancestors. Now he is in charge of all Taoist affairs of Baiyujing and the colorful world. The ghost Su Jun, who became a Taoist companion with Chaoga, is of course the unquestionable number 1. The great Chao sect and Liang Jingshan have now started to build the next sect, and Su Jun will be the head of the 4 sects by then. When Daoist's son commented on this matter, he said, there is no sect feud in the world that cannot be resolved by a wedding banquet. Yuanlu, the king of rice thieves, was fortunate to be apprenticed to the master of Bixiao Cave. According to Sun Daichang's Zhong Yun's words, the melon skin is cowardly, the steamed bun has turned upside down, and it is too big to show off. It will be difficult to think about death in the future. Jian Xiao Su Shuyuan. A female nun who has a pair of twin sisters is among the 10 candidates in the world this time. The elder sister Su Mian is the master of Qingni Dongtian and the ancestor of the Dresser lineage. The founder of the mountain in the line of Lian Hongsu. And Su Shuyuan is their younger brother. In addition, according to legend, Su Shuyuan is also an anonymous disciple of the king of Shanin Yuka, Tai, and even swore with the 2 as brothers with different surnames, namely, Fire Officer, the founding emperor of the Hangyang dynasty. Luo Yi Wu Shi, the Shade Marquis of Yushan Kingdom of Peizhou. 2 sisters, 1 preacher, 2 sworn brothers, all 5 of them are among the 10 candidates in the Qingming world. Therefore, there are 2 popular sayings about this person in the Qingming world, one is given by Sun Guanzhu, and the other is said by Sun Guanzhu and Lu Zhangjiao. No backer Su Shuyuan, self-reliant Su Gongzi. The Qingming world has long been accustomed to those interesting people and interesting things, as long as Daoist Sun doesn't say a word or 2 of fairness, and let others say 1,000 words and 10,000, they always feel that the taste is not right. A certain Zhu shuddered, and taught a serious lesson, speak carefully, boy. At this moment, a majestic aura wrapped around the entire Crow Mountain like a cloud. Qi Huajian's expression changed slightly, and he glared fiercely at the unobtrusive junior brother. Song Yu even felt that his breathing was stagnant. Lin Zhongxian smiled and said, since you dare to live, are you afraid that outsiders will gossip? The atmosphere that was like a mighty catastrophe covering Yashan became more and more heavy. Lin Zhongxian narrowed his eyes and said, Senior is a mustard seed. If you don't quit the Yashan realm, don't blame me for returning the gift to the Jintong dojo. After a while, Yushan returned to its peaceful atmosphere. Obviously, the mind of this great cultivator withdrew from the realm of the Qi Jin dynasty. Someone Zhu sighed, Brother Zong, you are in big trouble. This unpredictable disaster is due to the fact that Master Lin is sitting in Yushan. This senior Taoist priest at the same time as Wuzhou has several techniques of pressing the bottom of the box, which can be called shocking. One of them can turn the earth into a water town and a country in an instant. It can also create a wind corridor and water pavilion, and Taoist priests live in it, and finally refine a magic sword with 1,000 feet of red dust. Of course, this person has entered the 14th realm by the way of the road and the right place. About 1,000 years ago, the Taoist priests in Zhuzhou, who were approaching the deadline, worked hard for more than 1,000 years, and they retreated and reunited in just a moment. It is precisely because this move disturbed the appearance of a state and violated the rules set by Yujing that his friend Yu Do came here with a sword. Yu Do, the headmaster wearing a robe and holding an immortal sword, directly brought the Taoist priest who had just entered the 14th realm back to the immortal realm. At the same time, Qingni Cave and Heavenly Paradise, which were originally connected to each other, were also affected, and Yu Do cut off the connection with a sword, and then ordered the cave to be closed. In terms of Tianxin, in terms of selflessness, Yu Do claimed to be the second, and no one in the Qingming world dared to be the first. However, these are old things that happened 1,000 years ago, and that Zhuzhou Taoist official, from his success in joining the road to the moment when he fell down, was less than a stick of incense, and he was extremely concealed. Zong Shuoqin turned to look at the master. Lin Zhongxian said indifferently, if you recover from the injury, go down the mountain, go to the Jintong dojo, stroll around there and then return to Yushan. Zhao Hechong said it was okay, they were all used to it. As an outsider, Gu Yanghe was speechless. Zong Shuoqin swallowed and clasped his fists. Lin Zhongxian said, Gu Yanghe, during your stay in Yushan, we will have 2 matches. Gu Yanghe radiated energy, clasped his fists and said solemnly, Junior, I beg Master Lin to enlighten me. Someone was relieved, and he lived up to the entrustment of the beautiful woman. The trip to Yushan was full of merits and virtues. In fact, he and Gu Yanghe met halfway, because they had the same destination, they went together. It's a pity that we didn't talk a lot along the way. It's not that he has bad looks and lack of skill, just because Gu Yanghe doesn't seem to like men, is there any way for him to become a woman? He, the ruler of the Ruzhou Taoist official, was once the champion of the Zhegan dynasty in Ruzhou, and his talent was naturally excellent, and then he was caught son-in-law under the list and became the concubine. He is the most proud admirer in the world, the crown covers the capital, and the people are haggard. Look, how well written, someone Zhu always feels that half of Bai Ye's poems are tailor-made for him. The group left the martial arts field and changed to a drinking place. As for Song Yu, his senior sister Qi Huajian pulled him into a pot of medicine. Gu Yanghe asked, Senior Zhu, are you familiar with Zuandugwen Sun Daochang? Someone Zhu replied cautiously, it's an acquaintance, not too familiar. Let it go. Miss Yanghe, do you have a personal grudge with Zuandugwen of Qizhou? Or do you have something to ask for with the master Sun Guan, who has never been very fond of hospitality? It's all right, I just want to say thank you to Daoist Sun, but Daoist Sun doesn't seem to be in Taoist temple a few years ago, and has never been able to see me. It is estimated that Daoist Sun doesn't remember me now, so I rushed to Qizhou to visit, and I was afraid that I would come to Xuandu. Guan will still be closed. Someone Zhu breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly saw that the wind made the rudder change his words, although I am not too familiar with Sun Guanzhu, but Sun Guanzhu also invited me to go there for a drink, which is really true to the old saying, it is better to hurry up sooner. Coincidentally, if Miss Yanghe is willing, she can follow me to visit Zuandugwen in the near future. With Sun Guanju, you can be unfamiliar or very familiar. Lin Jiangxian was expressionless, too lazy to expose his friend's hide. Sun Huaizhong didn't have much friendship with Zhu. At most it was a little bit better than a nodding acquaintance. For the monks on the mountain, the two sides really belong to the kind that often meet each other, but if they really care about it, the friendship is average and quite ordinary. As soon as they came, the two sides were not the same people. Zhu someone liked the vassal and elegant, but Sun Daochang was the least willing to talk. Moreover, every time someone Zhu went to Xuandugwen as a guest, he had to go there. Whenever Sun Guanju felt that his drink was too boring, he would ask fellow Daoist Zhu from Ruzhou to drink with him. In addition, because of the old guard, every time he saw Zhu, he would grab the latter's arm and persuade him repeatedly. Why don't you use the real name of Zhu Dazhuang? You are always looking for new ideas. If you don't have one ready-made, why ride a donkey to find a donkey? Can someone from Zhu agree? If it weren't for the 11th person who was on the line, he would definitely not be able to beat the unstoppable 5th person in the world. Someone Zhu wanted to hold the other person's head, ask loudly, and make it clear to Lao Tzu, what kind of beautiful talk is this famous for the ages? It seems that in order to travel to Qizhou with Gu Yang'e, someone Zhu really sacrificed himself, and did not hesitate to throw himself in the net. It is estimated that after entering Xuandugwen with the front foot and walking out with the back foot, as long as the wine you carry with you is not good enough or not enough, then Zhu Dazhuang's real name, not to mention a Qizhou, may be known to passers-by in the whole world. After drinking, someone Zhu took Lin Jiangxian out for a walk. Someone Zhu said with a smile, then Su Shuyuan has to teach the secret book C of Su Wen, so he is good at Zhu Yuk and can be worthy of the word Jingju. Lin Jiangxian nodded and said, I hope to be certified as an ancient golden immortal. It's amazing. Zhu someone tooted his tongue in admiration and said, it's amazing to be praised by Master Lin, even if my precious drinks are not in vain. Lin Jiangxian said, I have something to say. Someone Zhu asked a taboo question that would never be spoken if he was not a close friend. What do you plan to do with Zhao Hechong, and those who will be passed down as disciples? Do you have any ideas? Not to mention Zhao Hechong, who was Lin Jiangxian's great disciple, the rest of them were not the pillars of the mountain, but they were the backbone of Yashan, either in the distant travel realm or the golden body realm. A few of them were stealing fists from Master Lin, or stealing from Yashan, is the next thing. My friend Lin Jiangxian has never had any knowledge about boxing, but he has always been too lazy to teach boxing. When he meets a good seedling outside, Lin Jiangxian is still happy to give advice and even teach a few boxing moves. The problem is that from the disciple Zhao Hechong to the other disciples, they all have inextricable ties to Bai Yujing, and several of them, at least 2 of them, even maintain secret contact with Bai Yujing to this day. Among them was Zhao Hechong, the first disciple of the mountain. If this kind of thing leaked out, it would be a bolt from the blue for Yashan and the Qi Jin dynasty. Lin Jiangxian remained silent. Zhu someone sighed, but he just hadn't thought about it yet. Someone Zhu had seen Zhao Hechong on 3 occasions under the guise of his teacher's official business, and quietly connected with the Baiyujing Taoist official who was responsible for regularly patrolling the various states in the world. The first 2 times I witnessed the 2 sides with my own eyes were nearly 30 years apart. It can be seen that the patience of both sides is quite good. From this, it can be seen how someone Zhu is interested in Yashan. The number of times that he quietly followed Zhao Hechong to leave Yashan and the Qi Jin dynasty may have already passed the number of times. It was the first time I saw them meet in a sneaky way, and they were still discussing how to make Zhao Hechong secure the position of the chief disciple, how to deal with the affairs of Yashan, and how to deal with His Majesty the Emperor of the Qi Jin dynasty and those generals and ministers, okay? To win the favor and respect of Master Lin, you must learn the real boxing technique from Master Lin, and at the same time hold real power, especially be careful of that person Zhu. One of them speaks up, the other listens humbly. This unseen meeting is a good meeting and a good meeting. As a result, after meeting for the second time and discussing the business, Zhao Hechong began to complain. After all, he was no longer a fledgling young man. Zhao Hechong was already a martial arts master in the mountain realm at that time. It seems that at that time, the Taoist priest of Bai Yujing was also with a Taoist priest of the same age as Zhao Hechong, but the young Taoist priest of Ziki Tower did not speak from the beginning to the end. The last time, just the year before, it was Zhao Hechong's first initiative to ask the other party to go to Ruzhou. The Taoist priest of the Ziki corridor did not show up and was in retreat at the time. Zhu, someone is so boring, and he is idle anyway, so he has to find some way to relieve his worries. Seeing that Lin Jiangxian never opened his mouth, he shook his head and smiled and said, "In the eyes of onlookers, I find it irritating, funny, and a little pitiful. It is not easy for Zhao Hechong to go undercover for this purpose." I remember that Zhao Hechong, who was so aggrieved at the time, finished drinking the boring wine and threw the jug. He directly scolded the Daoist Bai Yujing, who was not famous but not weak, and said that I would stay like this again. Could it be that he would even become the second-generation head of Yashan? Lin Jiangxian finally spoke, not only Zhao's first apprentice Hechong, but also the second disciple Qi Huajian. The day she and I officially apprenticed, she showed her identity. Ruzhou Yashan, the first 2 boxing manuals she practiced were also gifts from Lingbao City Taoist officials, so that one day she could enter Yashan and learn boxing with me. According to the agreement between the 2 parties, within 30 years, the boxing techniques she stole from me will be returned to Bai Yujing Lingbao City in the future. After that, Qi Huajian has nothing to do with Bai Yujing. Since she dares to steal, I will dare to teach her. I want to see if Bai Yujing will be able to make another half of Lin Jiangxian in the next 100 years. Zhu Sun laughed dumbly. Could it be that the 4 heirs around you are all spies arranged by Bai Yujing? That's not the case. Zhong Shuaqin and Song Yu have simple backgrounds and have nothing to do with Bai Yujing. Lin Jiangxian said indifferently, "Take a step back and say that there are all the spies that Bai Yujing has planted by my side. What can I do? Don't forget, this Master Lin is still someone who can claim to help Run Yefeng work hard to figure out when to go down the mountain." Someone Zhu admired, "You can see it. I would definitely not be able to do this for me. There is an extra secret money on the fingertip, which is ground into a square, and the solar eclipse and the lunar eclipse are engraved on one side. There are many people handling copper coins in the world, so the yang is heavy. The money in Zhu's hand ranks 3rd among the top 10 famous springs in the world. Spend money rolling on someone's fingertips." Lin Jiangxian apologized for no reason. "I'm sorry." Someone Zhu smiled casually, her sentimental. "It shouldn't be what Master Lin said. Take it back quickly, and they'll pretend that I never heard it." After a moment of silence, Mr. Zhu gently rotated the money and walked to the top of Yashan. He had a wide field of vision and could vaguely see the capital of the Qijin dynasty in the distance. There was no curfew, and the lights were full of lights, just like a fireball in the night. Mr. Zhu said with a complicated expression, "To tell the truth, the top of a certain tower in Bai Yujing invited me to be a guest at his place, and personally promised that as long as I was willing to go and obey their arrangements, not only can I be a deputy, the key is to give me the hope of walking on an avenue. As for who I am, I will not say, just a little bit about the rules that buying and selling can't be benevolent and righteous." I have to admit, I did have a heartbeat. Lin Jiangxian smiled and said, "It's human nature to be moved, and it's a strange thing not to be moved. In the world of Qingming, there is an ancient saying without evidence, besides Bai Yujing, there are 14 in one state. This statement can be divided into 2 parts. One is the 14 states in the world, the land of one state came into being, and there is hope that a monk of the 14 realms will appear. It's not a certain number, but it's a kind of avenue opportunity that has its own providence. Then there can only be 14 states in a state map. It is absolutely impossible for 14 realms to appear at the same time, a state with mountains and rivers, even if the territory is as large as Chizhou, Yuzhou and others, it is destined to not have the Qi number to support the 14 realm great monks. For example, the grandson and son Huaizhong of Xuandugwen in Chizhou, the latter traveled far away to another world, and once lent one of the 4 immortal swords, Taibai, to He Ranbai. In addition to being similar in temperament to Bai Yi, in fact, he also believes that the senior sister Wang's son, who is called Empty Mountain, will definitely be able to enter the 14th realm. Sun Huaizhong deliberately left the boundaries of Xuandugwen and Chizhou. As a cultivator on the top of the mountain, Mr. Zhu knew very well that when Daoist Sun went out for a long trip, it was very likely that Wang's son's retreat had reached a certain critical period. It's a pity that in the end, it turned out that Wang and Sun failed to succeed. Then in this Ruzhou, because of the existence of Lin Jiangxian and Yashan, it almost completely cut off the possibility of someone Zhu breaking the bottleneck. Although Lin Jiangxian is not a Qi trainer, the Qi in a state circulates, no matter if you are a martial artist or a Taoist official. Someone Zhu asked curiously, in the future, is there a possibility that there will be 14 and 14 states at the same time in the 14 states of Qingming? Lin Jiangxian shook his head and said, it's impossible. Zhu, someone asked again, then take a step back, and not stand side by side in the same era. In the next 1,000 years, or even 2,000 years, will there be such a large number of 14 realms? It's like a village with 14 households. Feng Shui turns around, and there is always a day. The only difference is that it is early and late. When Lin Jiangxian heard this, he smiled and said, Lu Chen once said that the small knowledge is not as good as the big knowledge, and the young year is not as good as the big year. Then wait, you are a cultivator, and I believe there will always be a bright day. Zhu Sun hesitated again and again, but couldn't help but ask in his heart, Master Lin, what are you going to do? Lin Jiangxian laughed it off. Lin Jiangxian, we've known each other for so many years, can't we tell? I don't and never ask who you want to win to be content. Someone Zhu sighed, Master Lin, it's really boring to chat with you. Lin Jiangxian stretched out his hand and slapped the green bamboo railing on the top of the mountain, and said with a smile, because the wind blows the fire, I don't use much force. If you follow the trend, you will get twice the result with half the effort. Someone Zhu was holding the mill and spending money. The years were long, he was indulging, and he indulged in wine and sex. The article was heard by everyone. Then you only need to win once, and you can be immortal. Do not seek the reality of longevity with the heaven and the earth, but seek the immortal name of the sun and the moon. So for the time being, you still have to live longer, after all, you need to be at least one level higher. Someone Zhu said, I have something to discuss with you. Lin Jiangxian reached out and brushed over the railing, but it doesn't matter. Someone Zhu said, if the world is really in chaos, and Qingming and several states are caught in war, I will strive to ensure the peace of Ruzhou, which requires the help of Lin Shi and Yashan. Lin Jiangxian nodded and said, I said simple things, please continue to say difficult things. Zhu said, if one day, something is between the two, and the world situation is in a stalemate, I hope Master Lin can help me to break this deadlock as soon as possible, so that the world can be restored to peace and order as soon as possible. A day is a day. Lin Jiangxian said, no problem. In the land of several states, the fire ignited a prairie. Ruzhou is temporarily on the wall, watching the fire from the other side. In fact, the trivial and difficult affairs of someone Zhu were just reversed on the side of Lin Jiangxian and Yashan. As the last sacrificial official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lin Jiangxian is just a veritable pure martial artist, not a cheap practitioner, let alone a sword cultivator. Just like Chunyang Lu Yen, he once said bluntly to Qin Pingan, Master Lin's boxing skills are very high, and his swordsmanship is even higher. And Lu Chen once said to others that with or without a long sword in hand, there are two Lin Jiangxian. The old man Yang of the pharmacy often reads a landscape travel note compiled by Jianxian from a foreign country. When the old man saw Ning Yao, he mentioned this matter. The Sword Qi Great Wall has 3 officials, the sacrificial officials first, and the criminal officials after, then naturally everything is ready and only due to the east wind, just wait for the hidden officials to show up. Although Lin Jiangxian is not optimistic about the battle between Qin Pingan and Chao Xiai, he is still willing to wait and see for Qin Yingwen's swordsmanship achievements. As soon as a certain Zhu threw his sleeves, he took a few steps back, bowed his head, lowered his head, and said solemnly, Zhu Dazhuang, the Taoist official of Ruzhou, I would like to thank my dear friend Lin Shi. Lin Jiangxian clenched his fists in return. Zhu Xia stood up straight, feeling refreshed and all right, little fairy for the time being. Lin Jiangxian suddenly said, You and Gu Yangge actually don't need to go to Zuandugwen to find Daoist Sunday. If you really want to see him, you might as well hurry now and go straight to Baiyujing. Sword of Coming Chapter 1196. Chapter 1196 Little Four States, Lake Laser. On Meifeng Island, plum blossoms are as thin as poetry. Female Crown Yang Qing took a walk among them, breaking a plum blossom and carrying it. The ground was all white clouds condensed by water transportation. The most amazing thing is that these large and small white clouds naturally form petals. Next to her is Lei Yu, one of the 2 lake owners. She was born in a demon clan, but she was able to gain a firm foothold in this small 4 states and gradually grow into one of the 2 lake owners of the little 4 states, becoming this vast Loai's lake. The hostess. Previously, they had gone to the outer world together to congratulate Yu Xiandao, the talisman who successfully joined the Dao Galaxy. Lei Yu said with a smile, That Su Shuyuan, the look in your eyes is not subtle, how do you say, do you want to become a formal Taoist partner, or have a dewy marriage? Yang Qing smiled and shook his head, Don't pull me into the fire pit together. Lei Yu pouted, The matter of men and women is the righteous avenue of yin and yang. You are so restrained, you will have a lot of fun in vain. Yang Qing was silent, just thinking about his thoughts. As the highest Taoist priest of the Hongnong Yang clan in Yuzhou, Yang Qing with the Taoist name Mirage, she is also the deputy mountain master of Shoshan Pavilion. This made it difficult for her. So she had to leave the dojo and come here to hide in peace. As a result, she met Su Shuyuan, a self-proclaimed romantic child, which made her still not clean. The latest 10 people in the world are actually 11, just because the bottom 2 are tied for 10th. Of the 9 before them, Yu Dou was the top, Lu Chen was the second, and then was the master of the Bixiao Cave, whose dojo was located in the bright moonlight. These 4 are all recognized 14-realm cultivators. The contemporary masters of the Xuandu Temple in Qizhou are Sun Huaizhong, the martial artist Lin Jiangxian, Wu Shuangjiang of the Suiqiu Palace, Gao Gu of the Huayang Palace in the Difei Mountain of Yuzhou, and Yao Qin, the elegant minister of the Qingshan dynasty. It is said that the last time Wu Shuangjiang appeared in Zuandugwen, he already had the appearance of a cultivator of the 14th realm, so does it mean that Sun Daoist has secretly entered the 14th realm? Wolfland Division. Have you reached the 11th level of the legendary martial arts? Gao Gu, the Jiyue ranked only after Wu Shuangjiang. Weather. It's all a mystery. The wind is rolling and the clouds are surging, and the flowers are seen in the fog. A short hunchbacked old Taoist, wearing a snow-white Taoist robe, shrinking the mountains and rivers, appeared from his own Taoist temple among the plum blossoms here, carrying an ancient wooden suitcase in his hand. This place is located at the foot of Mayfong Mountain and is called Long Waipi. The top of the mountain is called the tip of the boat. Lei Yu leaned against an old plum tree with horned branches, and crossed her arms around her chest. Looking at the uninvited guest, she had no good expression on her face. Surnamed Wang, what are you doing here? The short-statured old Taoist bent down slightly, put the box lightly at his feet, and said, Pindao came here to persuade you, don't drag the little Sizhou into the chaos of the world, it's not worth it. Lei Yu sneered and said, a lake is divided into 2.5 points, you can control me. I also advise you to keep geese as long as you keep geese, don't meddle in your own business, and be careful of internal strife, it's even more uneconomical. The old man ignored the threat of thunderstorms, shifted his gaze, looked at the foreign woman's crown, and continued to say to himself, I also persuade Daoist Mirage, and I persuade Hongnong Yang when I go back. Don't be impatient and say it's gone. Young Qing looked calm and nodded, Tai Daoist friend's words must be brought to the family. Lei Yu sneered, this is very strange, you and Yu Zhangjiao don't have any personal friendship. If I remember correctly, there seems to be some personal grudge between you two. There is a personal grudge. The old Taoist nodded and said, but you said it all, it's a personal grudge. Young Qing smiled and asked, Tai Daoist friend, I'm more curious, what do you think? The old Taoist said bluntly, it's very simple, I don't think that in this world, who can replace Headmaster Yu, since no one can replace him, then don't make trouble. If the world is in chaos, people will die, and many people will die. Young Qing nodded and said, understood. Lei Yu smiled and said, to be honest, I also understand this sentence. It just so happens that I also have a curious thing. Since you are here, I will ask you. The old Taoist said, if you have any questions, you will answer them, and you will know everything you know. Lei Yu raised a palm and wiped his mouth. What ability do you use to manage my housework in Luai's lake? Rely on a lot. The old Taoist said, on the basis of the fire method, water method, earth method, talisman method, thunder method and sword method that Pindao has learned in this life, especially the skill of housekeeping, he can overcome the victory method. Lei Yu pretended to be surprised, Auntie only knew that you, a close neighbor, knows so many techniques, then I'm even more surprised. Why don't you Wang's surnamed go to Baiyujing to get a headmaster and play tricks? The old Taoist said with a stern look, I can't be the headmaster of Baiyujing, and it must be more than enough to manage the boundaries of the small 4 states. Lei Yu's eyes were sharp and his back was straight. If that's the case, it's all coming, so don't leave at all. Just enough to weigh the weight of this Tai you guessed. Young Qing smiled and said, it's better to wait until the end of the matter to make a decision. Before that, as Daoist Tai said, let's not make trouble. The old Taoist nodded and said, I have no problem here, it depends on the meaning of the Thunder Lake Lord. To prevent the two sides from fighting each other if they disagreed, Young Qing had to overwhelm the guest and said with a smile, I won't see you off. The old Taoist reminded, fellow Mirage, remember to bring the words to the Hongnong family. Young Qing nodded with a smile. The old Taoist disappeared in a flash, but left the carrying box at his feet. After Lei Yu confirmed that the other party had left the Luai's lake boundary, he shook his head, this old man, the hero is short of breath, he really goes back the more he lives. Young Qing smiled and said, your statement contradicts itself. Lei Yu gave a cold snort and kicked the 3-layer wooden carrying box to pieces. The delicious food in the food box was scattered all over the floor in an instant. She laughed angrily, with this amount of food, my mother is full. It's not enough to put in the gaps between the teeth. Young Qing said, the meaning of the surname Wang is very simple. I advise us not to have nothing to do when we are full, and do things according to our capabilities. The thunderstorm was silent, gnashing his teeth. Yang Qing said, "Don't regret it, even if I was willing to help just now, we still can't keep him." She sighed softly. There are many families and dojos like their own Hongnongyang clan, and Difei Mountain Huayong Palace. It's just that there are also many Taoist officials with the surname of King Tai outside Baiyujing. 3 Baiyujing head teachers take turns in charge of a Qingming world for 100 years, holding the power of life and death. De Zhang taught Ko Ming, and when dealing with people, he could kill or not, and he would definitely not kill. In addition to not killing, Ko Ming also has to teach himself to make up for his mistakes. For example, the previous city lord of Shinshao City, Zhang Kezhou with the Taoist name Ancient, and the direct disciple of Mrs. Wei, the deputy city lord of Nanhua City, are all listed here. The second head teaches Yudo, he can kill or not, he must kill. The third head taught Lu Qin whether to kill or not, it only depends on his mood. Lei Yu was suddenly a little surprised and flustered, because he saw his friend was full of tears. "Yang Qing, why are you crying?" Yang Qing regained his senses, froze for a moment, stretched out his fingers to wipe his tears, and laughed at himself. "I remember some unpleasant old things." Thunderstorm hesitated, but in the end he didn't say anything. Because she knew that the reason why Yang Qing left Hongnongyang's back then and went to Shoshan Pavilion to open a Sea Mountain Immortal Hall was to stay away from the sad place of seeing things and thinking of people. Yang Qing's only heart is her own younger brother. The sister and brother grew up together, and they have a very good relationship. Yang Qing's sister taught them how to teach, literacy, and how to behave. Later, the younger brother went to Earth Long. Shanxiu Dao was also escorted to Huayong Palace by her. It was the first time he went out to practice. Yang Qing was actually protecting the Dao in secret all the way, and occasionally made some small mistakes. Face to face or send a letter to teach. Probably this is the so-called eldest sister like a mother. Yang Qing said with a faint expression, "I just lost my mind and saw a blurry scene." Lei Yu asked directly, "Did you see the future?" Yang Qing hesitated, "It's hard to say. It's very complicated here, so it's hard to explain clearly." Lei Yu grinned and said, "It's okay, just tell me, what did you see?" Yang Qing said softly, "Mountain flowers are about to burn, and running water is like fire." The old Taoist priest who left Meifeng did not go to the Taoist temple, but returned to the Sinan River, where the old man raised many white geese. The old Taoist suddenly widened his eyes and said angrily, "Su Shuyuan, you are a who has been hit by thousands of knives, and I will come here with a white goose." After a while, the old Taoist became more angry and looked around. The goose thief had long since disappeared. The old man scolded and stomped his feet in a hurry. "Hey, 3, totally 3, I kindly passed on you a C book, that's how I repaid the preacher. If you saw that your kid looked a bit similar to her, I wouldn't let you in. It really shouldn't be. When I went to Meifeng to see that girl, I was caught by a family thief. If I didn't pay attention, I regretted the beginning, the 3 fellow Taoists, I can't help you. King Nadongshan, Manjulong Road, sweet-scented osmanthus falling like rain." A feminine-looking son of Zhua Shijia was holding a large white goose's neck in one hand, and 2 more in the other. The young man smiled brightly and shouted loudly, "Eldest sister, say hello to the second sister. Today I will start the stove and light the fire myself and stew the goose in the iron pot." The master of the cave, Su Mian, when she appeared beside him, said helplessly, "Su Yuan, are you just like that to be an anonymous disciple?" The young man held up the fluttering white goose, as if to scare his sister Su Mian with this. Su Mian waved his hand, "You can't do anything right when you're young." Su Yingzhen quickly came here from heaven and earth, and seeing this scene, she couldn't help laughing. Unlike Su Mian, she said with a smile, "Well done." Su Shiyuan said with a smile, "Even if the second sister said that, I still prefer the eldest sister's loss. Su Yingxian flicked his fingers and smashed his brother's forehead lightly. Oh me, oh me. Su Shiyuan said, eldest sister, second sister, I have talked with Luo Yi and Wu Shi, and they are not very willing to let Yongzhou Zhu Xian divination for good and bad luck in Biezhou without authorization. I am hesitating, should I take a trip along that Dadu Yufu dynasty? Su Mian said softly, listen to my sister's advice, don't go into muddy waters. Su Ying said with a smile, Wu Shi, the shady prince of Yushan Kingdom, has finally lived a comfortable life in Peizhou as the supreme emperor of Shangzhou. Of course, he is not happy that the little girl Zhu Xian chops the branches of the old camphor tree, is nothing more than icing on the cake for Peizhou. What if it is an omen of great evil? To put it in a bad way, even the fortune of a state that was not evil at first has been forcibly tossed into evil. Since ancient times, the authenticity of so many nursery rhymes and prophecies, or how much is true and how much is false? Who can tell the difference? Zhu Xian only needs to be a little darker. Oh, the whole Peizhou will be chaotic, and Wu Shi finally relied on the heroic means of vertical and horizontal to make the entire Pei. The state has stabilized and recognized the status of the alliance leader of Yushan Kingdom. Wu Shi has been able to hold his breath. If he were an ordinary person, he would have already led his troops to kill the Ocean Temple. As for Luo Yi, I guess he is just looking at you as a sworn brother. In order to save face, I only went to echo Wu Shi. The Hengyang dynasty was not among the 4 states. How did he get the title of fire officer and the identity of the founding emperor? Who started at the bottom of the army? Son, it was a road that was completely killed step by step, and then I sat on the dragon chair. Obviously, Huoguan Luo Yi and Shang Ho Wuxi are also one of the 2 candidates for 10 people in the world, and Su Yingyi's evaluation of Luo Yi is obviously higher. Su Shiyuan nodded and said, that's the truth. Su Mian said softly, Luo Yi is a rare hero who has the kind of heroic spirit. He is loyal and responsible. On the other hand, Wu Shi prefers to talk in his stomach. Continuing the relationship, you will be close to them in the future. You have to know what to do. Luo Yi, the fire officer, has spent his entire life in the military, and on the road of cultivation, he holds a heavy treasure. It is a Taoist emperor bell. The ancient bell is engraved with the word Tian Ding. However, this thing has been tossed around in the Qingming world, and the Taoist officials who have handled it are high and low, no less than 10 people, and no one has been able to refine it. Until Luo Yi succeeded, it was probably because he had obtained a Taoist book of Tai Ching Jade Book before that. Back then, Luo Yi was only in the Dongfu realm, so he successfully refined it, sacrificed this treasure, and threw it into flames for thousands of miles. Su Shiyuan said impatiently, I know, I always like to lecture so much, eldest sister, if you don't have this flaw, you are really morally perfect. Su Ying tooted and said, smoother. Walking on the golden road covered with sweet-scented osmanthus, a melodious bell rang suddenly. Entering a pure land, rejoicing. The Buddha's heart is like a flower pointing to the moon, and the Taoist is proud of the drum in the morning and evening. The 3 brothers and sisters have their own thoughts. Although they are not in their positions and do not seek their political affairs, but in their positions, as long as the world is in chaos, how can they be alone? Thinking about it is worrying, it is very difficult to think about. Su Shiyuan suddenly said, before I went to Ganhu, I first went to Defei Mountain to listen to the preaching of Lord Gao Gong. Then on the way to Ganhu by boat, I heard the 2 news, you should all know it. Bar. Su Mian hummed. Su Yingjing said with sincere admiration, Gao Gongzhu, you are so bold. You really deserve the name of the Juyue. It turned out that at the end of that preaching, Gao Gu announced 2 things. Gao Fu, his disciple, served as the owner of Defei Mountain. Let a foreign Taoist priest named Mao Ju be the new palace master of Huayong Palace. In fact, it's the weirdest of weirdest things. Gao Fu is Gao Gu's young disciple. Although he is not a closed-door disciple, Gao Fu is a recognized genius of Taoism both inside and outside Huayong Palace. It stands to reason that Gao Fu, who is not yet in his realm, takes over as the palace owner, even if it is reluctant. It is better than letting an unknown, Mao Ju, take over the Huayong Palace, and letting Gao Fu be the owner of Defei Mountain, in a certain sense. In fact, Gao Fu was expelled from the Huayong Palace. Su Mian explained, "That hair cone, I guess he is very likely the real person with white bones." Su Shuyuan shook the 3 big white geese in his hand, so off. In the world of Qingming, because there is no 100 schools of thought, all the monks in the world are Taoists. The key to the Dharma lineage of a cultivator is to see who the master is and which Taoist temple the master is from. As the saying goes, a warrior is like reincarnation, and he needs to be a teacher like a father. Therefore, it is not bad for the Taoist priests in the Qingming world to find a teacher. For example, in Haoren Tianxia, Wan Qiong, the first suzerain of Longquan Jianzong, was born in Fengshua Temple, one of the ancestral families of the Aquarius continent. Although he is a sword cultivator, Wan Qiong's Taoist identity still belongs to the cultivator of the military family. There is also the ranger Su Ruo, who is also a sword cultivator, but still belongs to the Mahist disciple. In the same way, Xuandu Guan is a lineage of Taoist sword immortals. Yuzhou is under the jurisdiction of Bai Yunlu, while Bingzhou is under the jurisdiction of Qingquqing. Yao Qing, the elegant minister, with the name Zimei, the Taoist name Asholing, the first assistant of the 3 dynasties, Yao Qing's Taoist age is only 1,000 years, and he has been regarded as the most promising to enter the 14 realms together with Gao Gu, whose Taoist name is Juyue, the small group of mountain monks. The recognized Ascension Realm Complete Monk, which means that Yao Qing is only half a step away from the 14th realm. Yao Qing is often invited by Green City to give lectures on Taoism. And the headmaster Lu, who is known as Little Yao Qing of Bai Yujing, must be there again and again to cheer, either by applauding hard or cheering loudly. Yao Qing's most famous move to move the world, of course, is not the title of Yaxiang, but the killing of 3 corpses on his own path of cultivation, and it is not the ordinary killing of 3 corpses to mend and improve Taoism. Instead, he successfully cut open a clear Taoist heart and created 3 corpse-deciphering immortals. Therefore, each corpse-deciphering immortal, in addition to being unable to create a pair of yang gods, has a yin deity. The 3 completely autonomous corpse-deciphering immortals, within 500 years, have all become chi practitioners in the upper 5 realms, and together with the yin gods, they are equivalent to 6 incarnations of Yao Qing. Coupled with Yao Qing's yin and yang gods outside his real body, it is equivalent to having 8 clones. It is said that Yao Qing also mastered 2 great talismans. One was the talisman bestowed by Daozu himself, and the other was the Sanshan talisman created by the headmaster Bai Yujing. Yao Qing benefited a lot and was extremely proficient. Yao Qing picked up a copy of Plain Questions, which was poorly engraved. It was bought when he was a young student. The 3 coins of silver to buy books at that time were saved by Yao Qing's savings. After flipping through the books for a while, Yao Qing raised his head and looked into the distance. Outside the great formation, the mountains stretched out, green, and a large river meandered away like a needle. Looking back, Yao Qing picked up the chopsticks and started drinking and eating. I don't know who will be in the world in the future, holding the round blue sky in his arms. In the 14 states of Qingming, in a certain state, there is a dominant Taoist immortal mansion. After all, it is a minority. In more cases, it is still confrontation between two, or a bunch of first-class dojos are not top-notch. For example, in Juzhou, where there are many tourists, there are Qingxi Palace, which is one of the ancestral courts of Taoist Fulu, at the same time. Yuzhou is the Huayang Palace of Difei Mountain, which competes with Hongnongyang's and Shoshan Pavilion. In Yongzhou, the Immortal Staff sect and Bing Jishan wanted to overwhelm each other. Among them, Bing Jishan, because two great masters who were among the top 10 martial arts critics recently appeared at the same time, and the limelight was in full swing, so it was brought up again by people who care about it, because the only place where Bing Jishan was criticized was that they were the only ones in the past. A large sect that formed an alliance with Song Maolu, the leader of the rice thief, even temporarily tore up the covenant before the matter was exposed, choosing to stand by and watch the many Taoist officials of the rice thief's lineage, by Yu Jingsheng, who was accused of guilt if they are beaten and killed, or detained or removed from their names, they will never be hired, and they may not serve as Taoist officials. You must know that in Yongzhou, which has a vast territory and is dominated by water transportation, it is said that when the line of rice thieves was at its peak, there were as many as 1 million private Taoist priests. In Yinzhou in the past, the Great Chaos sect and Liang Jingshan were even more deadly enemies. Of course, it is very different now, and it has changed. Today's Yinzhou, even more than any other state, conforms to the strict sense of the dominance of a single family. During the period when sect masters Su Jun and De La Chaoge retreated together, in fact, the Great Chaos sect and the respective lower sects of Liang Jingshan have been established, but because the ancestor statue has not been hung, no invitation has been issued to the outside world. Yao Qing smiled and turned to look at the cave door. Chaoge's move is not only making wedding clothes for others, but also making wedding clothes for himself. All her plans were to help Taoist companion Su Jun take the lead and try to reserve a seat in advance. After all, there is a gentleman Zhong Kuei from Tong Yezhou in the vast world. Yao Qing seldom admires a person, but the reconciliation of Taoist friends really impresses Yao Qing. He worked hard to cultivate Taoism and cultivated a peak state of Ascension realm. This is also the only reason Yao Qing is willing to make an exception to help people protect customs. Otherwise, if he gets involved in this kind of Yinzhou affairs, the Baiyujing Yuqing Palace will definitely keep an account. The stakes are significant, the impact is far-reaching, after all, it may involve the birth of a future cultivator of the 14th realm. Today, a pair of Taoist couples who are very different in age and realm are going out together. The female crown Chaoge with the Taoist name Fu Can, with a pale face, gave 1,000 blessings, there is a Lao appearance. She fell again, and now she is just a golden elixir, a ghost. On the other hand, Su Jun has already reached the Ascension realm successfully, and it is very possible that he is still standing at the threshold of a certain avenue. Yao Qing doesn't care about this, each has his own fate, and each has his own path to heaven. Yao Qing stood up and said with a smile, "It's nothing, the mountains don't turn the water, and helping others is helping yourself. This time around, it was really easy." Of course, Yao Qing is the backbone of this protection. But in addition to this, in addition to the two old patriarchs who were responsible for the establishment of the next sect, all the monks from the upper 5 realms of the two sects gathered on the hills of the Great Chao sect. Layer upon layer, all open. What is the immortal money consumed for this, and what is a cave that madly absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Yao Qing said, except for Headmaster Lu who glanced here, there was no abnormal movement. Yao Qing had noticed a hint of prying eyes before. Sure enough, it was the Headmaster Lu of Baiyujing. After being discovered by Yao Qing at that time, Zhang Jiao Lu actually said with a face, "There are so many strange people in the world, is it possible that only the poor Taoist will be fed and supported?" Chaoge frowned slightly. Su Jun smiled and said, "With Yixiang helping to protect the customs, and Headmaster Lu who has seen this place, it is really foolproof. Yao Qing nodded. This is Su Jun's uniqueness. The words this person speaks are all sincere. One person and 4 sect masters must be an unprecedented feat. As for whether it is a newcomer or not, it is difficult to say for the time being. Yao Qing said, then I'll go home. Chao Gu smiled sweetly and said, how can there be such a way of hospitality? Why not let Yixiang abbot both of the 2 lower ceremonies? Yao Qing smiled and said, how can there be such a way of hospitality? Isn't it revenge for kindness? Chao Gu burst out laughing. Su Jun slapped his head and said, the younger generation is here to send Yixiang off. Yao Qing nodded, and the shape of the rainbow instantly traveled thousands of miles away. Chao Gu tugged at Su Jun's sleeve and said softly, husband, I guess Yao Qing has already entered the 14th realm. Su Jun said with joy on his face, this is a great good thing, why didn't you say it earlier? I should at least say congratulations to Yixiang. When speaking, the man did not forget to move gently and gently held his wife's hand. Holding the hand of the child will grow old together with the child, regardless of life or death. Yongzhou. 10,000 years old camphor, 8,000 big tune. In the Yufu dynasty, outside the temple of Aozan God, a grand ceremony with heavy rituals is now being held. However, the female emperor Zhu Xian, who was the main priest of the grand ceremony, was still taking a break from her busy schedule, and came to a mountain with many taboos tonight. She can only stay here for an hour, and she needs to return to the temple of O God immediately. The 14th great monk, Taiyin Wuzhou's birthday, is April 14th. Her dojo is located here in Yongzhou, a hidden hilltop with swords and halberds protruding all over the mountains and rivers. Beiju Luzhou in the vast world has Zhongtiao Mountain in the north-south direction, and Yongzhou in the Qingming world also has it, but the mountains are in the east-west direction, and the ancestral mountain is called Jiufeng Mountain. But since Wuzhou retreated to the 14th realm, the mountain has been closed for a long time. Because it has been too long since he appeared, the world mistakenly thought that Wuzhou had been reincarnated as a soldier. After all, even if the talent is as high as Wuzhou, according to the deduction results of Bai Yujing, Wuzhou is only 60% sure. However, regardless of the change of dynasties and the change of national surnames, no one dared to trespass here. In history, some Taoist officials who were lucky enough to search for treasures here, without exception, were either unable to enter the mountains at all. Either he broke the restrictions on the mountains and rivers, finally saw Jiufeng Mountain, and was instantly killed by the sword formation that started quietly with it. There are no Taoist temples in the mountains, but there is a Kuza temple belonging to the Pure Land school of Buddhism. The founding emperor of the Yufu dynasty was a monk from this temple. His ancestral home is in a small place called Zishanwei, not far from this mountain. A young woman with a crown sat cross-legged on the futon, and on the low table in front of her was a large pile of chips. Chao, a treasury official in the yamen of the Ministry of War of the Yufu dynasty, but today he is qualified to sit opposite Wuzhou with the Empress Zhu Xian. He looked at the pile of bamboo chips with numbers engraved on them. It was clear that they were made of ordinary materials. Wuzhou looked at the slightly restrained young empress and smiled. Don't worry, I'll give you a straight word. With me in Yongzhou, no one will trouble you. As for whether they dare or not, I won't do it. Guaranteed, I only guarantee that if they come, there will be no return, so you will definitely not give up halfway in the grand ceremony of the whole world. Zhu Xian nodded silently and verbally thanked the other party, which was completely unnecessary. Wuzhou glanced in the direction of Bai Yujing. Since Yu Yudo refused that deal, then Bai Yujing had to pay a little price. Wuzhou retracted his gaze, looked at the middle-aged man sitting next to Zhu Xian, and asked, I heard that you are also proficient in this way. When you lead troops to fight in your lifetime, will you plan ahead? The man smiled and said, I don't dare to be, I just like it, am not proficient. In the private residence of the Yufu dynasty in the capital, the man who studied the astrology and fortune-telling opened a hidden dojo in the study called the Fire Pearl Forest. Wu Zhou smiled and said, "Chao Zhou Fox, I heard that you and a certain Taoist priest in Lingbao City's Phantom Temple were officials of the same dynasty during their lifetimes, and they worked together in the art of war." Chao Zhouhu said, "The art of war is not as high as he is, and he is the real soldier who is like a god, and has reached a kind of transformation." The Zhiga Palace in Lingbao City is similar to the Zhenyue Palace in Biyun Tower, and its status is detached, while the Zhiga Palace has 36 Taoist temples, of which Fangma Temple also governs many Taoist temples, one of which is the Xianling Temple, which is not famous. The Guanzhu is an old-looking Taoist priest. He and his Taoist companions live in seclusion here to practice and write military books. This old man with the Taoist name, pharmacist, occasionally goes out for wandering, holding a Lingsho wooden walking stick from Guishan. But they will not leave the boundary of Zhiga Palace. Zhu Xian said, "In terms of military merit, Mr. Chao is no weaker than the other party." The man beside him was once regarded as the daring of the country, and the first person who made great contributions to the frontier. After his death, he was posthumously presented to Tai Wei by the emperor, with the posthumous title Zhenwu. Chao Zhouhu and the Daoist Xian Lingguan Taoist who entered Baiyujing as a heroic spirit to practice Taoism, two peerless famous generals, were equally famous during their lifetimes, and both had the same posthumous titles, and even the specifications of the tombs after death were the same. Wu Zhou twitched the corners of his mouth, with a slightly sarcastic tone. "That's one invincible in civil wars and one in external wars. It is indeed the two jewels of the country. Every world, every dynasty, every generation, there are countless famous generals in the world." The reason why Wu Zhou knows the opposite person is not the other side's achievements, but the other side once said something when he was old. In the early years, Wu Zhou listened to it and remembered this person's name along the way. 12 or 13, a thief who does not hesitate to be a thief, a desperado, a thief, and kills everyone on the road. The 14th and 5th are embarrassed and become a thief. With a little knowledge, when he sees injustice on the road, he will kill if he is uncomfortable. At the age of the weak crown, as a general and commander of the army, he is a good thief. To be a general, to be a commanding general, to kill to stop killing, to save the world with a killing sword, to save the people in troubled times from death. Chao Zhouhu smiled and said, 100 years in the sun, with a flick of a finger, the achievements of fame and career are limited. Moreover, compared to the magnificent embroidered tigers and the savage literary sea, the so-called generals of us who lead troops and fights are really only the bravery of ordinary people in one time and one place. Already. In fact, this time Zhu Xian came to Jiufeng Mountain to get 2 true words from Wu Zhou, but only one of them was obtained for the time being, so Zhu Xian was not willing to leave. Wu Zhou has noticed 2 visions, one in Yashan in Ruzhou and the other in Daqiazang in Yinzhou. The latter is still in Wu Zhou's expectation, the former is a bit baffling. Why didn't the Yuzhou Yuka from Jintong Dojo not deal with Lin Jiangxian? In fact, in addition to refining things, Wu Zhou is also good at arithmetic and observing the sky. As long as the qualifications are good enough, you can learn anything very quickly. Others are envious. There are only a handful of Qingming cultivators who can be regarded by her as a Taoist friend. Among them, there is a certain Zhu who is named Lu Peiing from Ruzhou. The 2 sides have never been masked, but when we meet, Wu Zhou is willing to take the initiative to chat with each other. She remembered that she once met a wandering Taoist priest with the Taoist name Chunyang, and she was willing to take a look at it, and even at a certain moment, her heart was like stagnant water, and she was tempted. Unfortunately, there is no fate. And in the dark, Wu Zhou also noticed that this heartbeat was not right. But over the years, Wu Zhou has not been able to find any clues, not even the object of suspicion. Otherwise, with the realm and temper of Wuzhou, once there is an object of suspicion, you dare to sneak up on yourself. In this blue and dark world, is it possible that the Taoist ancestor borrowed your courage? Wuzhou smiled and said, "Girl, you don't need to worry too much about Bai Yujing. With the consistent behavior of Headmaster Yu, he will not deliberately target you and the Yufu dynasty. What you really need to worry about is that it will not be held in the near future." Yuqing Palace is discussing matters, especially discussions, but none of the Taoist officials took the initiative to propose this agenda, and Yu Zhangjiao did not give a conclusion, so that Bai Yujing Taoist officials have room to maneuver. No matter how much they criticize Yu Dou, the Taoist officials of all veins in the Qingming world and the monks on the mountain outside Bai Yujing, there was only one thing, and there was no accusation, that is, Yu Dou never showed favoritism. One of Yu Dou's 3 best friends before he entered Bai Yujing died in Tianweishan. Yu Dou chose to let it go at first, and then killed him with his own hands. Lu Changzhou, who used to call himself a Taoist, died under Yu Doujin like this, and Jiang Zhaomao became the later Zikulu. A great cultivator of Ascension Realm Fulu, once known as Dare to ask Haiyue to listen to the arrangement, died under Yu Doujin. And it is the most thorough soul flying and dispersing on the mountain, in the true sense of the death of the body, there is no possibility of reincarnation. And this monk's Taoist companion calls himself Yellow Leaf Taoist. It is the female sword cultivator of the Ascension Realm, Treasure Scale. It was Xinglu with the Taoist name Tianqi, who contributed a lot and helped a lot in Yu Dou's cultivation in the middle and early stages, and even donated a treasure to his friend Yu Dou. Yu Dou of Xinglu can be said to be both a friend and a brother. Therefore, when Yu Dou cut Lu Changzhou, who had already gone crazy at the time of Tianwei Xianjian, Taoist officials in the world could still understand a little bit. But Yu Dou's killing of Xinglu was not without shocking the world. You must know that the Yanxia cave of the Zhenyue Palace in Bai Yujing, the capital of Huangjie, is ready to open the door to accept Xinglu. Zhu Xian breathed a sigh of relief. Wuzhou narrowed his eyes. He had a chew. Look back and see who came to ask the 2 headmasters about the matter during the Yuqing Palace discussion. So Wuzhou sold a favor, Zhu Xian, as long as you don't tamper with the results of the divination, you will definitely not be caught in the Yanxia cave of Zhenyue Palace. Zhu Xian hurriedly got up and made a bow. With Wuzhou's words, Zhu Xian and Yufu Zhu's are equivalent to taking a reassurance. Wuzhou teased, "Xian girl, don't fight against mean and feud, and don't feel that the great kindness is unrequited." Zhu Xian sat down again, and said with a face, "How dare you?" Wuzhou moved the bamboo chips on the table and smiled in his heart. What Inzhou Chaoga asks for is nothing more than a real emperor in the world. She is very cooperative. Chao Zhouhu nodded, knowing it in his heart. Zhu Xian sighed. It's really a means of reaching the sky, and Zhu Xian is ashamed. Wuzhou smiled and said, "You are still very young. If you give you thousands of years of careful planning, it will not be worse than Chaoga." Chao Zhouhu asked, "This time, I will follow His Majesty to Jiufeng Mountain to meet the seniors. I have something to ask the seniors for advice." Wuzhou nodded and said, "Let's hear it." Chao Zhouhu asked, "Can't Bai Yujing condense all the demons in the outer world into the size of a mustard seed, and then keep them tightly locked up? Is it because the inner demons of Qi practitioners are constantly appearing, and every Qi practitioner in the world is constantly appearing? Sure, it has become the source of living water for the transformation of the outer demons, so it is better to block it?" Wuzhou asked back, "The size of a mustard seed. Is it big or small?" Chao Zhou Fox was stunned for a while. Wuzhou sneered and said, "It's easy to worry about eating radishes. How to cure the celestial demons from outside the sky has always been the greatest achievement that the Taoist officials of the past dynasties of Bai Yujing have tirelessly pursued. So much so that there are rumors that whoever can solve this big problem will have the hope of taking over the Qingming world from Daozu. And Taoist ancestors can rest assured to travel far to pursue the Tao. Not only Bai Yujing, but the great cultivators of the various states also thought hard about this, not hesitated to spend their minds and efforts, and hoped to find a solution once and for all. It's a pity that for thousands of years, Taoism, swordsmanship, talisman, magical powers, no matter how you combine and match, and what formations you create, they are still only means to treat the symptoms but not the root cause, and even some methods have been proven, not only can't defeat the outer demons, but a negative salary to fight the fire. Wuzhou's monastic life is very free, so she also wants to solve this unresolved problem for 10,000 years. In history, there are two people who are closest to the truth and dare to say that this question has a solution or no solution at all. They are the big headmaster of Bai Yujing, Ko Ming, and the younger brother of Xuandu Guan Sun Guanzhu. But unfortunately, one has not yet built enough measurement tools, and the other has died halfway, which is a half assistance. Assuming that all the outer demons can be regarded as a cultivator of the 15th realm. Wuzhou slowly said, Assembly. Exhaustive methods. Description, words, names and realities. Swordsmanship, talisman, distinction. Words, no signs, paintings. Names, disorder and order, empty collections are not empty. Wuzhou's opinion actually coincides with what Lu Qin leaked to Qin Pingan. After the big headmaster Ko Ming stepped down as the lord of Qingcui City, he has actually been committed to solving the problem of transforming the outer demons. But the biggest problem is that Ko Ming found that he wanted to complete the instrument envisioned in his mind, and his knowledge was too narrow, and his magical powers were too small, so his Taoism was not enough, and his mental strength was not good. Only then did the great headmaster Ko Ming's mysterious disappearance in Baiyujing turn into 3 cleanliness. Wuzhou glanced at the thoughtful Chao Zhou Fox and said with a smile, It's not that I look down on you, this matter is not at a level that you can touch. Chao Zhou Fox, listen to my advice and eat your fill, don't think about this in the future, at least I can come to a conclusion. For you, it's meaningless and just wasting time. It's better to get out and win some fame in the world. The sky is high and the sky is high, so that you who are so-called super smart don't get ripped apart. The reason why the ground is thick with blood flow is that you smart people who always like to try to jump and touch the sky will not be a piece of paper when you land, and it will be broken when you step on it in the sun. Chao Zhouhu clasped his fists and said with a smile, Teach me. Wuzhou waved his hand, Let's all go back, do your duty, and make a lot of difference. Years apart from the palace. Today, a pair of Taoist companions came from afar. The old man was holding a wooden staff of spiritual longevity. His face was old, but he was not old. His Taoist companion, Zhi Hongfu, was standing beside him. She was not a beauty in the general sense, she was very heroic. The palace master Wu Shuangjiang personally entertained the guests and took them up to the Stork Tower, and on the top floor watched the rolling river and the Zilongtai, which seemed to be the mainstay. After going downstairs, he went to Zilongtai. Wu Shuangjiang called to the Taoist official in the building, Gao Ping. There was a stone table chessboard in the 8-wind pavilion on the side of Jiangxin Zilongtai. Among them, the most elegant game was played. When they boarded the island in the middle of the river and walked to the pavilion on the top of the mountain together, the old man with a wooden staff smiled and said, Thank you, Palace Master Wu, for the gift of the book that year. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, Pharmacist Li, Zhang Yuanboi gave you the military book. Thank me for what I did. The woman holding the red whisk spoke without restraint, Palace Master Wu, why should you pretend to be stupid? If Zhang Yuanboi didn't get your advice, how dare he forge this cause and effect? Wu Shuangjiang smiled and said, Miss Zhang Xian is still as daring as before, and her demeanor is the same as before. Li Yaoshi said, I didn't enter the Suichou Palace to cultivate Taoism and chose to settle in Baiyujing Lingbao City. I have failed Palace Master Wu's good intentions. Wu Shuangjiang shook his head and said, It's nothing, heroes are not at the mercy of fate. Zhang Xian sighed, Is Palace Master Wu talking to the master? She was able to get married with her husband back then. In fact, to a large extent, she had to thank Zhang Yuanbo for his help in the old month. That's why this time she joined hands to do last year's extermination of the palace. Wu Shuangjiang smiled and did not speak. Because they did not deliberately cover their tracks when they climbed the building or the island this time, a group of people soon came to join in the fun and stayed in the pavilion early to wait. Among them is Zhang Yuanbo with the Taoist name, Dragon in the Cave, the Fairyland. At first glance, it was just a sloppy old man with a rosacea nose, white clothes, and white hair, and he was old-fashioned. Zhang Yuanbo likes to drink the most in his life, but he drinks very slowly every time. The old man recognized that there were 3 ways to drink on the table, and he squinted and shivered. Xiaolongtai was originally Zhang Yuanbo's dojo. As soon as Qin Quan and the others came, the old immortal took the initiative to move. Don't look at the appearance of a bad old man now. When he was young, he also had a big beard, played games, and had a good drink, which was even more majestic. The Prince of the Mountain, Yu Concubine, and Xia Chuantiao, who has a green bamboo hairpin on his head, are Taoist companions. Wu Shuangjiang's direct daughter Wu Tabu, the Taoist name is Deng Zhu. However, the second in command of the Sui Chu Palace, the Sui Shouman Bai Luo, did not show up today. This youthful appearance was a private official in the palace, and was nicknamed Xiao Bai by Wu Shuangjiang. At first glance, he was the kind of person who never got angry and was very talkative. There are no outsiders in the pavilion. At this moment, Yu Concubine and Daoist are kissing me and me. The man stretched out his hand to touch Xia Chantio's thigh, and rubbed his palm lightly. This elasticity, can those so-called beauties who are as skinny as would have? Young people know shit. Xia Chuantiao punched the back of his man's hand, causing Yu Concubine to raise his hand and shake his arm vigorously. This man is like the reincarnation of a lecher. He is tossing around at night and during the day. It's endless. Now that the palace master and the guests are about to reach the top of the mountain, they dare to be so rude. 2 sword cultivators, one old and one young, arrived with swords before Wu Shuangjiang appeared on the mountaintop. Qin Quan had seen the flirtation in the pavilion from a distance as early as on his way to Yujin, walked up the steps of the pavilion, and said with a smile, If you untie your hair bun, wouldn't it mean that the boy is riding the big horse while holding the reins? Yu Ye's eyes lit up at first, and then said with shy eyebrows, I don't dare, I haven't tried it, I don't know how it tastes. Xia Chuantiao, who likes to talk dirty the most, is still afraid of this. The woman threw a wink at Qin Quan, Unfortunately, I'm just good at talking, but I don't know the level of swordsmanship. Qin Quan laughed and said, Isn't it enough if you have the skill in your mouth? The woman smiled and said, Apart from being a joke, an old bachelor like you probably hasn't even used the opportunity to brush your guns in front of you, right? The boy like Jinshu beside Qin Quan said angrily, Are you too disgusting talking like this? Yu Concubine, who was originally jealous, sighed, but he wasn't happy anymore. Nalan burns the reed, I feel disgusting, the years are on you, don't listen if you have the ability. Nalan Shaowei couldn't help but scolded her mother, You two are a perfect match. Qin Quan, who was going to quarrel with the woman, saw the figure in the distance on the top of the mountain, and swallowed the dirty words that came to his mouth. In his hometown, Qing Qian never lost much in quarrels. He only served one person, Chen Pingan, a hidden official who used to fight side by side in the city. In fact, he was not very convinced, because Chen Pingan liked to use Howran's various dialects when he quarreled, but Qin Quan couldn't understand it at all. Wu Ji, who used to be a clerk at the upside-down mountain stork inn, when the girl changed her name to Nian Window Flower, she couldn't help but ask, Qin Quan, is Chen Pingan really so good at scolding people? In my impression, Chen Pingan passed by the hanging mountain twice, and both stayed at his own stork inn. Qin Quan nodded and said, it's amazing, I and a certain trash together can't quarrel with Lord Ingguan. If you don't believe it, you can ask Nailan Lao Jianxian, he has also learned. Nailan Xiaowei nodded and said, it's very powerful. First, I opened a wine shop, and then I went to the summer palace. When I spoke, I became more and more yin and yang. Every word and a sword can poke people's hearts. Wu Ji said, that's the problem with your sword cheat Great Wall's atmosphere. I remember that when Chen Pingan first went to Upside Down Mountain, he was polite and well-behaved, not to mention quarreling, and he wouldn't blush with others. It is estimated that if Qin Ingguan was present, he would have given her a thumbs up, and then praised from the bottom of his heart, Miss Nian is really smart. Xie Chuantiao covered his mouth and smiled and said, he is indeed a serious person, except that his skin is a little darker and he looks thin, but his body is solid. I remember a time when I met in the corridor of the inn, I was walking unsteadily, I sprained my foot and fell to the boy. Lang, guess what, my dear, the first thought was not Lianshang Shiyu. I resisted the subconscious urge to punch, then turned sideways to dodge, watched me fall to the ground, and finally asked, are you all right? You concubine praised, our hidden officials are really a decent gentleman. Saying so, the man is actually slandering in his heart. When he encounters such a plump beauty like a flower, it is not a problem, whether he is blind or dizzy. Are you Chen Pingan a fool? A total of 16 sword cultivators came from the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and now 9 are in Baiyujing, 6 are in Suishui Palace, and 1 is in Xuandu Temple in Qizhou. Among them, Qin Quan, the old swordsman of Yuan Yingjing, who was the guardian of the Tao, was in the Suishu Palace, and the sword box wrapped in cotton was placed on the Shilong stone. On the bright side, there are 16 people, but in fact, 17 sword cultivators came to this world. The real Taoist protector is naturally not only Qin Quan in the nascent soul realm. Now the old swordsman who is serving as the name of the Suishu Palace Zhu Shitang, seems to have solved a certain knot. Not long ago, he took the initiative to ask Suishu Palace for a private Taoist ultimatum and became a Taoist official. At the same time, there was a young boy who obtained the private altar. It was Nailan Xiaowei, one of the 10 sword immortals at the peak of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He used his real name on the sect's golden and jade genealogy. Old sword immortal, reincarnated by virtue of the life-extending lamp hidden in the sword box, Sui Chugong was very sincere, and took out a rare fairy slew of Ascension Realm sword cultivator. These days, Nailan Xiaowei, who looks like a Dao boy, often goes to Kukulu to find Gao Ping to play chess. In Nailan Xiaowei's own words, his chess skills are comparable, and there are winners and losers. Qin Quan's speech has always been straightforward. If you think about it with your butt, you will know that you have never won once. Nailan Burning Reed doesn't bother to have the same knowledge as this guy who owes his mouth. Zhang Yuanhua asked, is Yakushi Li talking to the palace master or playing chess with Gao Ping? Nailan burned the reed and said, why do you need to go out to the horse? I will be responsible for entertaining the guests, it is not bad. Gao Ping is the Taoist official in charge of the Suizui Palace. He also has a title called Literature, and has 2 Taoist titles, Taiheng and Zayaj. When I became a chess friend, and when Gao Ping was playing chess, he liked to ask Nailan Xiaowei about the details of the last battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, and he became familiar with him after going back and forth. General, the unpardonable sinner of the country's subjugation. Now that there is nothing to do, I just want to talk on paper. Nayland Burning Reed is also unwilling to get to the bottom of it. Regarding Howren and Wucai, the palace master Wu Shuangjiang, who seemed to know everything, revealed a lot of inside information to Nayland Xiaowei. Nayland Saihuan, this child, did well, and became the suzerain of the Rain Dragon sect. Marquis Gaoye was the son-in-law of the Nayland family, and now he is the leader of Qinghuan Mansion. As soon as she heard going out of the horse, Yu concubine began to think about it. She wanted to discuss with her whether he could ride a horse once tonight. He quietly raised his elbow and would like to tap the Taoist companion's head lightly. The arm, by accident, hit the mountain. As a result, Xie Chuantiao slapped him on the face with a slap in the face, so that the man almost fell to the ground on the spot. Standing on the top of Xialongtai Mountain and looking at the Stork Tower on the shore, Pharmacist Li couldn't help sighing. I want to go up the high building to avoid worry, but it turns out that the high place is full of sorrow, and I just wait for the customer to bring me downstairs. After successfully retiring, he died and became a spirit, subjected to incense sacrifices, and then entered Baiyujing Lingbao City to live in seclusion and escape from the world. In fact, Li Yaoshi has always maintained the state of the yin and the gods traveling far away, and he has become a wandering Langzhong who walks the world, hanging pots to save the world, and golden needles to save people. As a private dojo, the study room where the real body is located was named Yudao Room by Li Yaoshi. Not long ago, there was a female deputy city lord in Lingbao City who came to visit the Xianling Temple. The implication was that she hoped that Li Yaoshi would come out of the mountain and lead the Taoist officials in the 2 floors of the city. But Pharmacist Li only gave a prophecy-like answer, typing flowers meet begonia flowers. In fact, there are many heroic spirits like Li Yaoshi on the 12th floor of the 5 cities of Baiyujing, either explicit or hidden. As for the specific number, Pharmacist Li did not study it in detail, but thought it would be at least 300. At this moment, there are actually 3 masters and apprentices who came here earlier than Li Yaoshi and Zhang Xian. It's just that they are temporarily living in seclusion on the side of a mountain in a secret landscape. 2 of Balin's direct disciples, Lu Yi and Qiu Yi, have both met Kai Daohuang now, especially the girl Jinqiu, and they like to ask this old gentleman about the marriage made in heaven. In addition to practicing swordsmanship, the teenagers who were not interested in these actually just watched her and Kai Daohuang ask this question and that. The teenagers' eyes were all girls. Baolin has already learned that Gao Gu, who is named Juyue, and the #1 alchemist in the world, has stepped down as the palace master of Huayang Palace and the mountain master of Difei Mountain at the same time. This in itself is a distant greeting between Huayang Palace and Suiqiu Palace. This means that the specific date of the question to Baiyujing has not yet been determined, and Gao Gu will definitely go with her and Wu Shuangjiang. Since Wu Shuangjiang had personally promised, he would personally instruct the cultivation of the 2 direct disciples. Hearing Xian knows Yai, no matter how stupid Baolin is, he will guess a certain truth. The next time they asked Baiyujing together, she was determined to die, and she planned to never return. The end result is sure to be the same. However, Wu Shuangjiang had left behind and was able to return to the Suiqiu Palace alive. As for how he did such a thing, Baolin was not interested in knowing. This is nothing. Baolin has nothing to be unhappy with. So best. Those of them who are good at playing chess, not all of them start the game and end the game. Secret State. It is located in the northernmost part of the Qingming world, with strong mountain transportation. The mountains in Izhou are stretched but not high. Only the Leaping Moon Peak stands alone and stands taller than thousands of mountains. There is a weak stream of water flowing through the foot of Runhua Peak. The moon stars are rare, and sitting on the top of this mountain, the monk seems to be able to pick off a bright moon by raising his hand. Lu Tai was lying drunk on the boulder, with pillows in his hands and legs raised, sitting next to Yuaning, who wanted to sleep with him. Yuaning asked curiously, "Why do you have an extra title of deputy suzerain?" According to the previously agreed rows and rows to eat fruit, the husband Lu Tai, who has not yet come to the door, just replaces the hard work and serves as the chief worship. As a result, none of the state's Shanshui Di newspapers said that. Of course Yuaning doesn't mind this kind of thing, but Shi Xingyuan complains a little bit. She is not jealous of Lu Tai's many vain, prominent identities. For this reason, Shi Xingyuan left the hut and ran to find Lu Taixing to ask his guilt. The deputy suzerain, who was busy making ink molds at the time, raised his hands, put his fingers together, and took turns to stab at the aggressive female crown, one by one presumptuous and bold. "How can I talk to the deputy suzerain and the chief worshipper? I was almost beaten for being so inappropriate." In the end, Zhang Fenghai said something in the muddy words, "Shi Xingyuan, if you want, you can also be a deputy suzerain." Shi Xingyuan was so angry that his face was frosty on the spot. He threw his sleeves, turned his head and left. A sect, such a child's play. At that time, Lu Tai looked at the back of the female crown, and said sternly, "In order to help my sect become famous faster, what's the point of my personal grievance?" Such a fair, justifiable and well-founded statement could not convince Shi Xingyuan, so angry that Lu Tai whistled with his fingers, and tricked the Lu Qin into the house. Lu Tai stepped on the dog's tail again, squatted down, he stretched out his hand to hold the dog's head, and said angrily, "Dog. The dog is a real dog. It's all your fault that you just eat and don't work every day, and the dog can't spit out ivory." The hard work of concentrating on ink production couldn't help but say, "Get out." Lu Tai grabbed the dog by the neck and threw it out of the house. He said hard, "And you?" Lu Tai fell to the ground and rolled out of the house. Hard work with a black face. Zhang Fenghai smiled and said, "You can also let him roll back." The relationship within the sect is harmonious, and it is evident that they love each other. Tonight is clear, the pine wind has stopped, the southeast and northwest of the world, the mountain light suddenly falls, and the weak water floats the white moon. Zhang Fenghai walked out of the dojo, holding 2 pots of wine in his hand, first threw a pot to Lu Tai, and then a little toes, and his figure fell on the side of a cliff. Do not sit down, stand drinking, overlooking the scenery outside the mountains. Leaving the Yinxia cave of Zhenyue Palace, Zhang Fenghai only did 2 things, one bright and one dark. Persuade Wufu to work hard and use Lipua Peak as the foundation of the sect. Now this is known all over the world. One more thing is to continue the previous avenue deduction in Yinxia cave. Zhang Fenghai could only figure out a sentence and help on top of that long clay slab, with a rather vague and more conclusive answer. The Taoist mourning for 300 years has led to this monarch. As a result, 2 words were changed. 3 changes to 5, this changes Qin. It is a sentence, 500 years of Taoist mourning is to get Qin Jun. Different from the previous text arrangement, this time Zhang Fenghai came up with a 9-character prophecy, making a circle, like a palindrome inscribed on the jade bracelet. After seeing this prophecy at that time, Lu Tai pretended to be surprised and jumped in a hurry. He was like ants on a hot pot in the house, and his mouth was broken, saying that it was my friend, and this matter must not be led by Yujing No, sect master Zhang, this little one will kowtow to you. However, both parties in the house knew very well that the so-called 500 years of Taoist mourning will get Qin Jun, in fact, the name of the great headmaster of Baiyujing. Lizhu Dongtian, the Li family on Fulu Street, the Kai Shu at the tomb, the housewife is partial to the second son, a certain family custom. The woman once heard every peach and vulgar plum and was not angry, she returned the happy money, but when she listened to it, she was not angry. When Li Dai Tao Zong was actually angry. The eldest son Li Shixing, his younger siblings were named Li Baozhen and Li Baoping. In Beijiuluzhou, a small remote country called Qinghaguo, a place called Dongxian Street in a certain state city, Li Shixing once settled here, and there is a scholar in the neighborhood named Shen Baozhou. Turning his head and glancing at Zhang Fenghai, who was standing drinking, Lu Tai teased, "Sect master, if you stick around like this, of course Yushu Linfeng belongs to Yushu Linfeng, but who are you just putting it on for someone to see?" Zhang Fenghai turned a deaf ear. Lu Tai had to admit that among the geniuses of Taoism, there were also grades, and Zhang Fenghai belonged to the top genius. Lu Tai had never seen a person with such good aptitude in his life. Zhang Fenghai asked, "It may be 300 years or 500 years. Suppose that the great headmaster will wait for so many years to clean up the mountains and rivers. Before that, was the world in such chaos?" Lu Tai gloated and said, "Now I finally know the embarrassment of the fortune-teller Taoist priest. After going around, I can't get around. A destiny is like this, where should I be?" Zhang Fenghai was silent. Lu Tai sat up, took a sip of wine, and slapped his lips. It was indeed a good wine. Yuaning seemed greedy and said, "Give me a drink too." Lu Tai glared and reprimanded, "I have never seen a person who is lecherous and virtuous." In fact, Yuan Ying's qualifications are also good, but she is too tired and lazy, a girl from a family, all day long, thinking about the bridal room's flower candle at night and spring supper is worth $1,000, what kind of decency? Yuan Ying snorted. Lu Tai said casually, "In the wild world, there are also a few powerful people. Sect Master Zhang, when will we be able to meet a few of them for a while?" Zhang Fenghai said, "Before I have to go further, unless there are 5 ascension realms, we can dare to say that there is no big accident in traveling together in the wild." Lu Tai sighed, "Then you work hard with hard work." Yuan Ying laughed. Zhang Fenghai knew the powerful characters that Lu Tai mentioned. Fei Ran, Shou Qin, Shou Qingao. They are all the hottest big names in the wild world today. The 2 sword cultivators of the Ascension realm, who had not broken the realm for a few days, had the highest status as the co-lords of the wild, but they were still the prestige ministers on the mountain and down the mountain. As for Shou Qingao, whose original name was Clogs, it was more because he was a close disciple of Wenhai Zhoumi, and he was also a right-hand man who was inseparable from Fei Ren all year round, so he often made public appearances and was well known on the wild mountains. In fact, Zhou Qinggao's fortune was still underestimated. Zhou Mi's direct disciple, who was named by himself, and the young leader of Jia Shen's account in the past, was not a common sight. Today, Zhou Qinggao's young god's body is from Zhou Mi's personal refining of the remains of Baiying, the great demon of the old throne. In addition, there are 2 remains of Huang Luan and Qi Yun, all of which are embedded with Zhou Qinggao's soul and spirit. Among this is not enough. Zhou Mi specially left a tailor-made immortal art for this disciple. How did the master ascend to the sky from the Lujin realm in 1 step, and the disciple followed the steps and entered the Jade realm directly? In less than 10 years, Zhou Qinggao was in a fairyland. How many steps did this jump? Not to mention that Zhou Mi has left a considerable part of the secret book collection to this close disciple who likes to read. Obviously, give Zhou Qing a few more years of cultivation, such as 300 or 500 years. It is very likely that he with complex techniques is Lu Qi in the wild world. Given a few more years, Zhou Qing's High Avenue's achievement height is only higher than Lu Qi's, at least it's on the same level, for example, both are in the 14th realm. As the sword fairy of Zhou Qinggao's senior brother, he was given 3 swords of the rank of immortal soldiers by the master. It was his senior sister Lu Bai, who only got 1 immortal soldier and 1 half-immortal soldier, a robe called Little Dongtian, and a matching emerald hibiscus crown. Lu Tai held the jug in one hand, patted his knee lightly with the other, and sang a poem repeatedly in the local accent, Li Liuan on the grass, 1 year old and one prosperous. Yuzhou. In the dark night, the ancient battlefield site Zhuoludijia, a small Taoist temple called Jinhua Temple, is located on the edge of Hulu town. Zhu Lu couldn't sleep. Since he couldn't sleep, he simply walked out of the guest room and took a walk in the courtyard, only to find that Lu Qin was squatting on the steps and reading a book by the moonlight. As soon as he saw Bai Yujing's headmaster, Zhu Lu was in a complicated mood. Lu Qin, who used to be a Taoist priest here, was an old story about 100 years ago. Since Taoist temples are private jungles, there is a reason for not being famous, that is, there are no masters in the temple, and the previous temple master is just a cave state that has been hard-boiled. This time, when he returned to the Taoist temple, Lu Qin knocked on the door and started talking nonsense. What small path is not talented, his ancestral home is Ziyuan, the Taoist name is Sanmu, and he has wandered here with his friends. Thanks. No matter how small the Taoist temple is, there is no problem with being eaten a few times. As a result, Lu Qin, who was staying at the Taoist temple that day, brought Zhu Lu to the Zhaitang. Zhu Lu noticed something was wrong, and when Lu Qin went to the dining table, he just lowered his head and grabbed the rice. When questioned, he resolutely did not raise his head. Even so, Lu Qin was still recognized by the current abbot Taoist priest, and he started yelling as soon as he slapped the table. The old Taoist priest didn't care about his identity and etiquette. A group of Taoist priests were pulling, and the old Taoist priest with all white beard might have to fight with this self-knowledgeable Taoist priest. The Taoist temple was originally poor. The Taoist priest Lu, who served as an acquaintance in the past, was accustomed to spending a lot of money. If this is the case, the Taoist temple will endure it. The problem is that on the day when Lu Qi left his post as Shika, taking advantage of the dark and windy moon, he softened the gold accumulated by the Guanzhou and the 3 capitals and 5 masters and a large group of old guys. And Kong, the Taoist priest who did such a depraved deed, actually wrote on the wall of the hall before leaving, "There is no place for the master here." And the first person to see this remark back then was the current spectator who was still a scavenger at the time. In fact, the relationship between Dao Tong and Zhika Lu Qi was still very good. Children used to like to listen to Lu Zix's bragging and not writing drafts. From a child to an old Taoist spectator, I never thought that this fellow would have the face to cheat, eat, drink, and he would not be willing to settle accounts with new and old hatred. After all, the visitor is a guest, and it is not good to beat people, but on the one hand, Lao Guanzhou asked the Taoist priests to be careful, don't let up on the night patrol, and then let the current acquaintances grow snacks. Even if the charcoal in the house is used up, don't add lamp oil. I told the surnamed Lu Zhaitang not to go there. Guanyi will deliver meals to the house alone, and the steamed buns will be porridge. That's why Lu Qin read a book tonight, so he could read so bitterly. There is a high mountain near the Taoist temple. A monk in purple who was passing by stopped here, glanced at the small Taoist temple, and snorted, obviously very surprised. He took a step and went straight to the door of the Taoist temple. He knocked on the door lightly, and there was a lingering sound that echoed in a certain courtyard of the Taoist temple. Cut the spirits to make the 4 poles positive, and rub the loss and all things are born. Zhu Lu walked in the courtyard to practice boxing, and when he heard the sound, he turned his head to look at Lu Qin. Lu Qin put away the book, coughed a few times, thought for a moment, and answered. Join hands to cook bamboo temple, but step on Lotus Island. Zhu Lu was at a loss. Is this the secret words of Master Lu and the masters outside the world? Lu Qin lowered his voice and said, I'm talking nonsense. If you lose, you won't lose. You have to be imposing. Zhu Lu really believed that this sentence was the truth. Lu Chen said. The monk outside the door knocked on the door under the moon, and his pseudonym is Jiang Xiu. Zhu Lu was shocked. Is it really him? The latest list of 10 candidates in the world, although the number is a bit large, there are 21 people, but the only one who has been identified as the 11th in the world by the list is the monk Jiang Xiu. The remaining 20 people are ranked regardless. Lu Chen nodded. The identity of the poor Taoist is left here, and naturally there is no low hand in daily communication. In the past, this Taoist temple did not understand the good intentions of the poor Taoist, and always felt that those ascension realms came here to eat. A liar in the rivers and lakes, you can aggrieve the Taoist and acquaintance of Pindao to death. Zhu Lu took a deep breath and was ready to meet the master. Lu Chen smiled and said, I ran. Oh no, I left. Almost got a sword. Lu Chen tilted his head and posed as if he was listening. After a while, he stomped his feet and called the spectator by his first name, and then said loudly, How do you treat guests? Poor Taoism is good for Taoist temples, you need to drink and eat meat. Zhu Lu raised his hand to rest on his forehead and made up his mind that she would never travel around with Lu Shen again. Bingzhou, Qingshan Dynasty. Yao Qing returned from the Great Chao sect in Yinzhou and found that the White Lotus root was in the mansion, and his expression was gloomy. Yao Qing pretended not to know the inside story, and asked with a smile, What's wrong? Bai O explained. The Bixiao cave master brought a strange sword cultivator named Stranger not long ago. Now they are in the capital, and the latter is teaching Fu Xuanjie swordsmanship. Yao Qing said, This is a good thing, why should the national teacher have a bitter face? White Lotus is getting more and more depressed. Yao Qing couldn't help laughing, and comforted, Okay, didn't it just be reprimanded by Senior Bai Shao? What a big deal, you are already a national teacher, so be more open-minded. Bai O was so aggrieved. How could it be so simple? Before the two sides met, she just asked a few more questions. The stinky old man, in addition to persuading her not to meddle in her own business, even scolded you. Yao Qing smiled and said, Senior Bai Shao is not scolded by everyone, ordinary Taoist priests don't have this kind of treatment. Bai O glanced at Yao Qing, who was also a teacher and father. The other party smiled and put his finger to his mouth, indicating that Bai O should talk less. The senior was listening. Ruzhou Nanshan Country, Changshi County Lingjing View. A resident Taoist named Chen Song, the teenager likes to squat at the entrance of Taoist temple to watch the scenery. There are 2 rows of luxuriant old locust trees beside the road. Azalea blooms like fire in spring. On a summer night, the moonlight sprinkled on the mountain road was as bright as frost in winter. Outside the mountain, there is a persimmon forest belonging to one's own Taoist temple. In the warm sunshine in winter, whenever there is a mountain wind passing the Taoist temple, blowing over the locust trees, it rustles like a rain. You're tuning in to the Journey of the Soul YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.